of a past that we can't escape, tangled in the webs of what they fabricate. Heavy hearts wrapped in plastic dreams, fingers pointing at our silent screams. Gender blurred and lost in the fray, we're just warriors fighting for a brighter day. Say what you need to hear, not what you wanna know. Super Gringo on the airwaves, let the fire grow. Triggering minds since 68's dawn light. Through your liberal tears, we'll ignite the night. Hear our drones marching like puppets on strings. Echo chambers echoing their hollowed out wings. Don't paint me as a villain, I'm just standing tall against this tidal wave that's destined to fall. Unmask the lies and face the disdain. In this battlefield of thought, where reason's slain. With every word I spit like molten steel, I'll break through your armor, it's time for real feel. Say what you need to hear, not what you wanna know. Super Gringo on the airwaves, let the fire grow. Triggering minds since 68's dawn light. Through your liberal tears, we'll ignite the night. Call me what you will, I won't play their game. Not a fascist or socialist, I'm unchained. Crack open your mind, let freedom ring loud. Join us in rebellion against this mindless crowd. Say what you need to hear, not join a fight. Super Gringo on the airwaves, shining so bright. Triggering minds since 68's dawn light. Through your liberal tears, we'll ignite the night. So raise your voice above despair and doubt. In the sea of confusion, we're breaking out. With every heartbeat pulsing strong and clear, we're living proof that change is here.
All right, another Super Gringo podcast because, well, my wife has to work and I have beer, so that's pretty much how this happens. Got my notes. Now these aren't going to be in order because, well, things keep coming in and I keep writing them down. But I just want to wait a few minutes to see if anybody comes in to have some beers and talk and chat and all that good stuff that we do. Yes, I used to, I think I used to tell every podcast I do that. Yeah, I used to script these, and now I do a outline, and yeah, I do script my shorts, though, because I want to make sure they're accurate, because I put those up on Threads. Yes, we're going to talk about Threads tonight, too. Woohoo! Threads, the one place where the loony left go to, I guess, suck each other off. And then they meet me, and, well, they just meet me. Waiting for someone to come in and say hi. As it says underneath my picture there, or my video, join the conversation. But let's start off with the first thing I've written here is corruption at USAID. Now, I want to read what they say they're spending the money on and then give you my take on it. So here's what they supposedly spent the money on. $1.5 million to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in Serbia's workplaces and business communities. $70,000 for production of a DEI musical in Ireland. $2.5 million for electric vehicles for Vietnam. Okay, I live in Brazil. Brazil is actually more modern than Vietnam, and in my 5 or 6 years living here, I've seen exactly 4 electric car charters. So could you imagine Vietnam? Yeah. $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia. right, in one of the most Catholic places in the world, they're going to do a transgender opera and nobody's going to get fucking stabbed. Okay. $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. Same thing. One of the most Catholic places on the planet next to Rome, and nobody's going to get fucking stabbed. $2 million for sex changes in LGBT activism in Guatemala. Again, $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt. Trying to figure out how that helps American security, but hey. $6 million to fund, yeah, I already read that. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for nonprofits linked to designated terrorist organizations, even after an inspector general launched an investigation. Do you hear that? What Richard Reich. Millions to EcoHealth Alliance, which was involved in research at the Wuhan lab. This might be a good time to mention something. Gain of function research. Making a bioweapon in China. Because it's illegal for America to make a bioweapon. But if we're making a bioweapon in China, wouldn't China have access to that bioweapon? You fucking retards. Anyway, hundreds of thousands of meals that went to an Al-Qaeda affiliated fighters in Syria. Yeah. Funding to print personalized contraceptives, birth control devices in developing countries. Personalized. I have no idea what that is. Hundreds of millions of dollars to fund irrigation canals, farming equipment, and even fertilizer used to support the unprecedented poppy cultivation and heroin production in Afghanistan, benefiting the Taliban. How many people die of fucking heroin overdoses in the United States? So then I put this up on Threads, and I want people to pay attention to who is defending the corruption in government. Who does not want Musk to discover the corruption. And if they're your friends, like if you have Democrat friends and they're defending it, chances are, if you look into it deeper, there are probably shitbags in their life too and have lied and stolen from you. Let me take a sip of beer here. Yes, if you defend corruption, you're probably a corrupt prick yourself, and that includes in your personal life. So, Richard Reich, whatever the fuck your name is, here's to you, you fucking corrupt prick. By the way, he was in government since Gerald Ford, and him and I go back and forth. What's up? Oh, civil disobedience in leftist states. I guess they're protesting immigration. Let me get my pen so I can check off what I'm talking, because these aren't in order. As things came in, like that I saw, I just wrote them down because I do that. People, but I guess there's civil disobedience from certain state governments. For instance, Illinois, although I guess the DOJ is going to cut funding, but civil disobedience from California is the big one. And I tell you what, California may fuck itself because it just got the Olympics, right? Could you imagine how much money it takes to put on an Olympic, right? An Olympic, build the Olympic City, all that stuff. It's going to take federal funding, especially after wildfires that you fucks, couldn't control because, your fire chief needed to be gay, couldn't be competent, but, Hey, I'm gay. Well, good for you. You muff dive. Glad to hear it. What's that got to do with fighting fires, you fucking retard? If you notice, I'm back to swearing because holy shit, these people are stupid. And I figured out, if you've read some of my posts on Grumpy's videos, stupid people don't know they're stupid. That's why I'm here. I'm here to help. I'm here to point it out. Oh yeah, I got me some Kaisers. But they need to end all federal funding. If you're a sanctuary city or do not abide by federal law, under Article, or is it? It's not an article. Under, yeah, I guess it is Article 10 of the Bill of Rights. The government has certain things it must do, and states must abide by. If it's not listed in the Constitution, guess what? Then it goes to the state. Well, guess what? Immigration law is under federal authority. So you don't have anything to say about it. So cut off their funding. Simple. Hey, California, run those Olympics by yourself. You fucktards. Have some of the illegals build the fucking stadium. I think Illinois was another one. I saw the mayor. I was watching a YouTube video of the governor of Illinois saying he would not cooperate with ICE. Like that dude, if you've seen that dude, yeah, he ain't skipping no meals. So he's getting some kickbacks from some unions there. I'm going to guarantee it. It's Illinois. Now I've got other people on my threads. Elon Musk doesn't have authority. Yes, he does. It's called a letter of delegation. We get them in the military. My commander had a letter of delegation from his commander. As a matter of fact, I got a letter. My letter of delegation to go to war said, by order of the president, and at the bottom, my commander had signed it. That's a letter of delegation. And I guarantee you, Elon Musk has one in his fucking pocket at all times. His, by the way, is actually signed by the president. Mine wasn't. Mine just said by order of the president, and it had my commander's name on it. My commander had a letter of delegation with his commander's name on it. His commander had a letter of delegation with his commander's name on it. And then it goes up to the president, the Joint Chiefs, and all that stuff. But Elon Musk has the authority by the President of the United States thanks to a letter of delegation. He's been delegated the authority from the top guy. You don't get higher. Congress controls the money. The president controls who investigates the money. The president is the chief law enforcement officer in the country. His job is to enforce the law. Disculpe. Sorry. That's his only job. He's not there to, he can, I guess, recommend bills, whatever, and then Congress votes on it. That's the way it's supposed to happen. We don't do that anymore. I'll talk about that later. We don't do that anymore. But he can investigate anything he wants. Possible corruption at USAID, possible corruption at the Pentagon, possible, and he can delegate who's going to do that investigation. The DOJ can delegate someone to do that investigation. So yes, he has the authority. Sit down and shut up, people. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Holy shit. I could bring up what a letter of you know what? Just so you all know what I'm talking about. Delegation. I have a Dropbox account now because I have so much stuff for my books that all right, letter of delegation in government. I'm going to tell you what it is. Okay. A letter of delegation in government is a crucial written document that facilitates the transfer of authority from one official to another. This process is essential for the effective functioning of government agencies as it allows for the distribution of responsibilities and the delegation of specific tasks to qualified individuals. Letters of delegation can be used for both ad hoc delegations, which would be the Doge, ad hoc delegations, Doge, which are temporary Doge, and ongoing delegations that cover a more extended period. Understanding the scope and significance and examples of these letters is vital for grasping the process of governance and the allocation of responsibilities within government departments. Nobody elected Elon Musk. No, we elected Donald Trump, and then he said, hey, Elon, sick 'em. Here's a letter of delegation. You have the authority. Enjoy. So next time someone tells you he doesn't have authority, yes, he does. I guarantee you he has one of those letters in his pocket at all times, giving him the authority. Oh yeah, another thing that the loony left has been losing their shit over. The trans ban in sports. The NCAA has already conceded, right? California says they're not going to cut their funding. Simple. No more government-funded sporting events. Simple. But what was the argument I got on Threads? Threads is a big one for me. That's literally where the left goes to go suck each other off. Literally. But what was it? There's 0.02 or 0.01% of athletes in college sports are trans. Then what's the big fucking problem? Then they can get their scholarships on frickin' academics instead of cheating women. There you go. You don't want to be DEI, don't be DEI. Simple. But yeah, they're losing their stuff over this DEI. I didn't write that down either. But yeah, no more boys and girls sports. And it's freaking the loony left out because, well, most of their athletes are pretty mediocre in the gender category that they compete. They're pretty mediocre in everything. If it weren't for affirmative action, like, we'd have a bunch of Asian fucking people running everything. Oh yeah, I saw this. I was watching a YouTube video. Well, I was going to go back to the money we spent on at USAID. Do you really think they paid all that money for that shit? No. They gave all that. That's a CAI front. Or CIA front. I speak Portuguese, so they call it CEA. But a CIA front. They didn't print any comic book for fucking Peru. That money went to a dictator, and they got kickbacks. That money to Ireland, they gave it to someone in Ireland, and they got kickbacks. That's all. It's called money laundering, people, and that's a felony. And if you're defending it, you're probably a shitbag in your life every day yourself. So nobody cares. Okay, back to what I was talking. I was watching a Senate hearing on money that was wasted, spent. There's an acronym for it. I can't remember what it is. Money. It's called. They spent $10 million to study trans monkeys. So they cut the genitalia off monkeys, and I guess they injected them with AIDS. By the way, monkeys are immune to HIV. So that whole myth that AIDS came from someone, having sex with a monkey, no. It came from two gay men having sex. If you fuck with Mother Nature, it's a self-correcting system. Mother Nature will try to correct the shit you're trying to do. Period. Okay? Don't hate gays, just telling you the way it is. Don't give a fuck what you do in your bedroom. I don't need to hear about it. Okay? If you're gay, unless we're friends, and I know, like you and your spouse, like I have gay friends who are in the military with me. You know why I know they're gay? Because we're friends. But I shouldn't know you're gay on the fucking internet. That's something you're doing. Hey guys, I gobble cock. Nobody fucking asked. Really. Anyway, they spent $10 million to study trans monkeys. So they mutilated a bunch of monkeys, injected them with the HIV virus to see how trans people react to HIV. Monkeys are immune to HIV. So what was the point? Do I really think they did that study? Fuck no. What I think they did was they wrote down they did that study and gave a bunch of people $10 million. That's what I think. Maybe CIA running an operation. You think? Weird, huh? You really think they paid $2,000 for a toilet seat in the military too? I can't make this shit up, people. Then we got, I was watching Sean Ryan. He was talking to a Linda Lee. Jimmy mentioned her on, or mentioned that particular podcast on his little short the other night. What he didn't mention was she literally said it was Obama's third term. Like he was running shit. Okay? And he had a bunch of people in there with him. I'm not going to get into their names. But he had a bunch of people in there running it for him. And that's why he was fighting so hard to get first Biden back in there. He didn't like Biden. He thought Biden was a fucking idiot, just like the rest of us. But it was going to be his fourth term. Same with the cackling dingus. He didn't like her, but it would be his fourth term. He could implement whatever he wanted. So he's the one that fucked up the country. Biden has no idea where the fuck he is, just like most Democrats. But yeah, he has no idea where he is. So Biden used him for his third term. And if, from the looks of it, yeah, Obama's a fucking idiot too. Matter of fact, in that podcast, she said they were looking for anyone but Kamala. Matter of fact, he didn't like Kamala either. They were, I think they were talking about, I can't remember the names, like the California governor there, Governor Zipperhead. Fucking, yeah, they were looking at him. A couple other people that nobody knows about. That's probably why they kept Kamala and Biden in there, because I can't remember their names. So that's probably why they kept the cackling dingus and old puddin' brain, in there. Also, she said it better than I could, and I actually quoted it here in my notes. Because of DEI, you can't skip a black woman. But she's not black, she's Indian. She's Hindu. I'm going to take a break, get another beer, watch this commercial, and I'll be back.
Hey everyone, today I'm diving into a hilarious piece of satire that's sure to ruffle some feathers. The book is called If You Have Turd, This Book Will Trigger You. And it takes a comedic jab at the strong opponents of Donald Trump. So, What exactly is TERD? Well, according to this book, Trump Unacceptance Resistance Disorder, or TERD, is a fictional condition marked by an unwillingness to accept Trump's presidency and his mission to make America great again. The signs and symptoms, they're laugh out loud funny. Picture this: telling everyone you're moving to Canada, fixating on the Electoral College, or protesting the election results. Oh, and let's not forget the sudden weight gain and claiming that anyone who disagrees is a combination of racist, sexist, bigoted, homophobic, or actually Hitler. The book claims TERD was sparked by Trump's election, and it humorously points fingers at Democrats, feminists, college students, and hipsters. The diagnosis? Simple, just ask someone if Trump is going to be the next president. If they start rambling and showing symptoms, you've got a case of TERD on your hands. Now, what about treatment? The book suggests exposure therapy. Yep, you heard that right. Expose them to reality and get them to wear a Make America Great Again hat. Increase the exposure over time until they can proudly sport the hat in public. But beware. Patients with TERD are resistant to treatment and can be dangerous in large groups. They need to be separated from their echo chambers to start accepting reality. So if you have a friend or loved one with TERD, the book urges you to help them seek treatment. Together we can beat this satirical scourge and make America great again. If you're up for a good laugh, check out the book on Amazon. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share for more fun content. Catch you next time.
Hey, I'm back. I just had to get a beer and finish this one. I like to plan ahead. Brazilians don't. When the coffee is down to like half, I like to buy another package. My wife, nope. We have coffee. Not enough. Don't want to run out. Let me grab my notebook here. Where was it? Was it Indiana? Wherever those Haitian gangs were. Were they Haitian gangs? Can't remember. Anyway, I guess they were warned and there were protesters there. First of all, I think ICE is going to have to stop using local law enforcement as augmentees. Call the National Guard or hire more ICE agents. I'm available. I'll fly back for that salary. And I'll get them out of the country. I know where to send them to. Fucking Venezuela. Because, well, if things are going the way they're going, they may need soldiers. And from what I've seen from the Venezuelan military, you don't really need to be that highly trained. I guess someone warned the gangs. So when ICE showed up with the what they call them, the border czar, Holman, nobody was there except for the protesters, which means someone tipped them off. Now, my personal opinion, under Title 8 of the immigration law, you can be arrested for aiding and abetting illegal aliens or impeding ICE, but DOJ has to file the charges. I'd be on the phone to Pam Bondi right now. Hey, we need warrants. I'd be picking up the governor, the members of their Senate, whoever I could prove aided and abetted, and they'd be going to jail, federal jail. I know they have a nice prison in New Jersey, Fort Dix, New Jersey. I did my PLDC there. They get to get outside, to weed whack the lawn, but they get to go outside. So it's a nice prison. So I think we need to start arresting these assholes, because immigration is strictly a federal thing, period. Set forth in I think it's Title 1 or is it Title 2 of the U.S. Constitution. Let me look that up too. I bet you I can find that too. I write books, by the way, so I have a lot of information just sitting around. Let's see here. Yeah, Title 8 U.S. Code 1324. Pretty sure that's it. Let me open it. I believe Congress overall has power over immigration law. The legal context, oh no, it's human trafficking. Okay, that's human trafficking. No, federal law supersedes state law, period. Article 10 of the, here, let me look that up too. Let me read that to you, because people seem to be confused. Let me read this. Section 10, Section 10 of Article 1 of the United States Constitution limits the power of the states. It states that states cannot enter, oh, yeah, that's Bill of Rights first. I'm trying to find the, that's actually in the Constitution. Believe it or not, we really didn't need a Bill of Rights. Because the Constitution was the Bill of Rights, if you read my book on the Federalist Papers. The 10th Amendment says that the federal government only has those powers delegated in the Constitution. If it isn't listed, it belongs to the states or the people. Which authority has immigration law authority? Okay, immigration law in the United States. Let me look it up. I'm trying to get the numbers, so you guys can look it up if you want. You can try and prove me wrong. Let me see. Immigration law in the United States is a complex. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I've written an entire paper on it. But yes, federal law and Congress is actually entrusted with enforcing immigration law. So Congress people who don't enforce immigration law are not following their constitutional oath and should be charged. Sorry, folks. If you're not following the federal law that you or your entity enacted, whenever they enacted it, because it has evolved, then you should be charged with not following your oath of office. And if you impede ICE or other agencies that are entrusted, letter of delegation, to enforce those laws, you should be charged and placed in federal prison. Then you'd be a felon. Yeah. Okay. Next, I wanted to talk about some of the new books I have coming out. Now, I'm actually thinking about making courses out of them because, no offense, guys, but you motherfuckers don't read. The left don't read because they don't want to be proven wrong. You guys need to read so you can prove them wrong. So I've got, well, not all of them, well, would a month be new, I guess? The first is From Jobs to Justice. It's about the Trump presidency, his first presidency, which was rocking until the plandemic, I call it. And he was still doing better than the old pudding brain when he left office. We don't know how he would have handled the pandemic because people vote fucking stupid. So From Jobs to Justice, that's about the Trump's first presidency. It covers everything from economic growth to right down to the Veterans Administration, which he did more for veterans than any fucking president in my 23 years in the military. Then I have my book on foreign policy, which we are nowhere near what the founders thought. You need to read that one and figure out George Washington was right. Be a commercial republic, but stay the fuck out of everybody else's business. And then we have The Consent of the Governed, which are a book I wrote about the Federalist Papers, which I've actually quoted to some leftists talking about bureaucracy. We now have a fourth branch of government. There's supposed to be three by the Constitution. We now have a fourth. It's the bureaucracy. Because Congress doesn't make laws anymore. These bureaucrats make regulations, and then everybody treats them like law. But let me explain the problem with that. Let's say, and Jimmy might know more about this than I do, I'm just going to throw shit out there. Zoning Commission, right? Says you can't build a house more than so many feet tall. You build a house so many feet tall, they come out, measure it, say it's too tall, and they cite you with a fine. Well, guess what agency you have to go in front of to fight this ticket? Now, this very agency gets funded by how much money they take in. Do you really think you're going to get a fair shake at that agency? Congress doesn't make laws anymore. I guess anybody can, because, I mean, the Supreme Court made a law about gay marriage. I guess, I have yet to see a gay marriage law. I've just seen that the Supreme Court said, oh, well, fucking, if you gobble cock, you can get married now. Don't know where that law came from. I haven't seen it on paper anywhere. Nobody's written one up. Nobody's voted on it. But, they're worried about Elon Musk. Which I don't care if gays get married. Don't really give a shit. Matter of fact, I wish you'd just stop talking about you being gay. Really. We're not that close. But those are my three newest books. I would highly recommend the Trump book if you want to, and put it on your coffee table if you have liberal friends or leftist friends who want to come over. And it has nothing on the front cover but Trump and an American flag behind him. Hopefully they pick it up and open it and just send their head into, because now I'm a fair writer. There's criticisms in there too, but we don't know how it would have. Most of the criticisms are long-term viability. We don't know how they turn out. Yeah, cock gobbler. Yep, exactly. I don't need to know if you're a cock gobbler. We're not that close. Also, it's not a special class of person. Kamala Harris is a cock gobbler when she wants a promotion, I guess. But anyway, fuck, man, I'm reading your stuff there, Grumpy, and I just lost my place on what I was talking about. Because also I've had a few Kaisers. On my books. Yeah, put that book on Trump on your coffee table when your liberal friends comes over. Or I have it, it's cheaper to buy it through ebook. Go to Amazon, get their Kindle, and you can buy it off that. But there it's like 1,000 pages because it's condensed. But it's holy shit. I wish I could send it to a bunch of loony leftists. They'd lose their fucking minds. But and then there was, and I'm about to mention Grumpy's last video. Rob, yeah. Oh yeah, no, this is Rob on Instagram. Rob and I were talking. We were talking about armed teachers in schools, which I'm for as long as you're, not a total fucking retard. But based on what I've seen on Twitter, TikTok, most teachers are fucking mentally ill. Well, not most, but that if they have a video on TikTok, they're probably fucking mentally ill. Sorry, we shouldn't get rid of TikTok. We should use it to figure out who we hire to teach our kids. Because these teachers put their shit on TikTok. Hi, I'm gay, and I'm a muff diver, and she's got purple hair and shit. Now, Why would you hire that? I wouldn't sell her a fucking gun. Why would you want that to spend 8 hours with your fucking kid? What are you, retarded? Your kid isn't stupid. Your kid isn't trans. You're just a shitty fucking parent. But Rob on Instagram and I were agreed on something. I think if you want to give these veterans, these out-of-work veterans, a job, take all the combat veterans. Well, it doesn't even have to be combat veterans, because we all have to qualify. And have them, instead of having the NRA do it, because I've met some of those fucktards, it takes 2 weeks. 2 weeks to become an NRA instructor. That's it. You can do it on weekends. Take veterans that are out of work and have them teach these fucking civilians how to use a firearm safely. Then you can put them in schools. Because right now I don't trust anybody. I trust Jim because I've been around Jim with firearms, with bullets. Really? We go through weeks of training before we even get fucking bullets. So, yeah. I think a school shooter would be more afraid of a teacher who's been trained by a Navy SEAL than some fucking idiot who was trained by the NRA. Because guess what? Most police instructors go through a 2-week course. And those motherfuckers can't hit shit. Holy shit. Give them a roll of quarters and drop them off at the arcade. The Keyhole brothers. 2 police officers unloaded their service pistols at point blank range. You know what happened? The criminals left. Their guns were empty. Criminals left. That's all I'm saying. Oh yeah, this was funny. And I mentioned this on Instagram. Grumpy Farmer too heard me say it. I almost spit beer on my computer watching all those Democrats in front of the Department of Education, because they said the one thing they probably shouldn't have said. There's no thieves or thugs out here. We're members of Congress. That's kind of like a synonym for thieves and thugs, don't you think? They steal your money by threat of force, and that's a thief and a thug, right? Like, if I don't pay my taxes, they're going to come and arrest me. That's a thief and a thug. Bernie Sanders, thief, thug, right? I was kind of hoping that security guard would, I was hoping Maxine Waters would get a little Brody, and that security guard would have to face plant her, you know, like WWE style, like DDT. Boom! Put her on her face. Well, anything that'll hit that face is going to be an improvement, even pavement. But I invited a bunch of loony leftists over, and I saw like 3 or 4 people come over, and they just immediately left. So I was either talking about trans, Elon Musk, or Trump, and they just left. Which I don't care. I don't care if anybody comes over here, right? I'm not monetized. I'm here because, well, my wife had to work, and I have beer. That's why I'm here. The cock gobbler. I'm still looking at that from Grumpy. But, yeah, I even have Rich. I talk about him later. Who was it that brought this up? I can't remember. Cuomo. Yeah, Cuomo. I commented on that, too. But I guess annually, the federal government pays $247 billion in improper payments. What are improper payments? $257 billion in improper payments. I think they're proper. I'm thinking someone's trying to cover up some shit. Yeah, Grumpy is like, well, they couldn't grab her hair. Her wig would fall off. God forbid. The hair covers at least part of her face. That face, I mean, even pufferfish, like, fucking run away from that. If she were snorkeling. Matter of fact, maybe we could buy her a mask, one of those snorkel masks. That would be awesome. But yeah, I kind of wish I was security that day. I'd intentionally like bump into her and then fucking DDT her ass on the ground. But I'm a dick like that, so I don't care. $247 billion in improper payments. Of course, then he went on how Elon shouldn't be doing what he's doing because, again, pay attention to who's talking about Elon uncovering corruption because chances are, if they're your friend, they've lied or stole from you at some point because they're probably shitbags in their life as well. And I was watching YouTube. I guess a whistleblower actually shredded USAID for what they were doing. Now, I personally don't think they ever printed a comic book for trans for Peru. Because someone would have got fucking stabbed trying to deliver it. Oh yeah, it makes me feel good about myself, Grumpy. If you want to boost your ego, just look at Maxine Waters go, I don't feel, put that, behind your mirror with your face next to it, like on the wall behind the mirror, when you're looking at it going, shit, I don't look that bad. But, whistleblower shredded USAID. Now, Grumpy just showed up. I don't know if you listened to my, about all the money they supposedly spent. I don't think they spent. There's no fucking way they spent I'm not even going to look up the number. $70,000 on a fucking comic book for trans in Peru. Someone would have got stabbed delivering it. No, someone got that money. There was no comic book. They just wrote that down in the books. Just like the Sesame Street in Iraq. There's no Sesame Street in Iraq, by the way. Someone got that money. Or it got split up amongst a bunch of people. There's no fucking... same with the Ireland DEI or no, what was it? Gay, whatever. Nobody fucking... There's no play in Ireland. Someone got that money. It's called stealing. Money laundering. It's a crime. And if you're defending it, you're a shitbag criminal probably in your life too. So yes, USAID, I guess they were taking down the letters off the front of the building. Who was it? The Department of State, Marco Rubio, whittled it down to 360 people. You don't really need more than that to hire contractors to hand out fucking rice and shit. Oh yeah, I think I said this the other day. I'm back on Threads, which I'm there because it would appear it's the one place where the loony leftists can go over there and suck each other off. However, I did find out on Threads, you can pick and choose what comments they can comment on. I have one comment open that they're allowed to comment on. Let me see if I can bring that up so I can read it to you. There's one on my page that they're allowed to comment on. Let's see here. It's the only place that comments are allowed on my feed, on my thread. That's why I like Threads. I get to pick and choose. The loony left babbling and name calling thread. Here's where you can babble and call names about something I've posted. I won't respond, but have fun. Now, I said I wouldn't respond. That doesn't mean I won't make a photo out of it or a meme and make fun of them. It just means I won't talk back. So that's why I like Threads. You can, I can post something and just say that the only people that are allowed to respond are people that I follow, and nobody else can follow. But I have that one open. So far, all I've gotten on it is "fuck you," which I would like to say is a rare occurrence from the left because they're so intelligent. But no, that's pretty much what you get. Or you're a big poopy head. That's the equivalent of what I'll get. I guess Trump fired a bunch of people at the Kennedy Center, which obviously is in charge of arts and music and stuff in America. So I guess he's going to make himself chairman. So no more bananas on walls or gender bullshit. Which, by the way, I think someone actually took the banana off the wall and ate it. So yeah, no more bananas on white walls. Calling that art. Good. I'm glad. Let's get some fucking Picasso up there, right? That's another class I should take, is some art. But yeah, he took over that because I was in music. Hopefully we get some better music. So yeah, no more bananas on walls and gender shits. Just want to tell you what's going on down here, which you guys might want to pay attention to, because although Brazil is, it's between Venezuela, Brazil, and Guyana. Not French Guiana. French Guiana, I guess, is further north. So as I've looked at a map, they don't want to fuck with French Guiana because that's when they bring in the French Foreign Legion, and yeah, they'll just fuck them up. Because the Venezuelan military ain't that good. Neither is Brazil's. I have respect for them, but you're only as good as the people who are paying for your equipment and training. We do bring in Brazilians to the American military to train with us because we're allies. Brazil is a non-member ally to NATO, which I looked up just to make sure. No, we do not have to come and fight in fucking Brazil if Venezuela invades. If they stay out of my yard, they'll be alright. They get in my fucking yard, I'm going to behead the motherfuckers and put it up on a spike. I'm too fucking old to be dealing with this shit. I'll kill the first one and let the rest of them figure it out. But, yes, they're a non-member ally of NATO. Venezuela is threatening Brazil, and I guess they have troops in Guyana, and they're sponsoring guerrillas that are fighting on the not Guyana. What's the other border? Colombia. They're fighting in Colombia too. Which I didn't look up Colombia. Colombia is not a member of NATO. I think they may be another non-member ally, which means we don't have to actually come fight for them. Unlike the other, if you're in NATO under Article 5, if someone attacks you, we got to send troops. Which is why Europe doesn't spend as much on defense. Oh, the Americans will defend us with their, vastly larger defense budget. Nuke them all, as far as I'm concerned. Fuck them. Then after about 100,000 years, we can move in there and call it America East or America West. Oh, we got another impeachment from Senator Al Green calling for impeaching Trump again. Something about the Gaza thing. By the way, he's the same retard that started it the last time, and that failed horribly. He's also, I could bring up pictures of him, but if you looked at him, you just know. Something about his comments on Gaza. Genocide. They've been saying genocide ever since this thing started, so I don't really put much stock in it. But genocide about relocating Gazan people. Drop a fucking Moab for all I care. So he's going to try the same thing over. However, I don't think it's going to pass because it still has to be voted on. People don't get this. He can say whatever he wants. It still needs to be voted on by the Senate. If you really think it's going to no. As much as I don't like Congress, not everybody in there is fucking retarded. If you notice, Normally I do this later, but I want to have it, so I have time to relax and have some beers before the wife gets home. But, yeah, I don't think this, if they're going to, no, I thought the minute he walked into the Oval Office, they were going to do it. It's been 2 weeks. So they kind of waited a little bit. It's only been 2 weeks. Hold on. By the way, this will be up on Spotify after I'm done recording it and sharing it and doing all that stuff. But now on Threads, I'm tired of this one too, and I'm pretty sure everybody else pretty much is too. The reason my life sucks so bad, or I'm held down, is because of racism. And then you look at their posts on social media. No. Your problem isn't racism. Your problem is you're a fucking idiot. And then, because if you want to talk to a true racist, talk to a Democrat. Because that's all they'll talk about for hours. Race. Sometimes gender, but generally race. I'm held down because of my race. No, I've talked to you. You're held down because you're a fucking idiot. I mean, I'm not even sure DEI could help you. There are some people that even DEI couldn't help. Because they're so stupid. You're white privilege. Ain't no white privilege. I'm just smarter than you are. That's not even hard. Read a fucking book, stupid. I write books, and as a matter of fact, I quit writing books in Portuguese because Brazilians don't read. I've come to that conclusion. They're ranked 79th in education, which isn't saying much because America spends more on education than any country in the world, and you're ranked 40th. So you spend a shit ton of money to be fucking stupid. Maybe, just spitballing here, we stop hiring the mentally ill to teach our fucking kids. And, for instance, if you don't know there's only 2 genders, you probably shouldn't be teaching fucking science. If you don't know that they, them is plural, well, you shouldn't be teaching English or fucking math. And if you believe everything is fucking racist, you sure as hell shouldn't be teaching history because, well, that was the fucking Democrats, dickheads. I've been posting this a lot. Stupid people don't know they're stupid. Been posting it a lot because obviously people don't know. So I'm here to help. Richard, on Grumpy's videos. I've been hammering that guy hard. Who was the other? Yeah, it was another one on Grumpy's videos who said something about, Elon isn't going over to the DOD to look at soldiers' benefits. Okay? What benefits do you believe soldiers don't deserve? Do you even fucking know what benefits we have? You said DOD, you didn't say the Veterans Administration. I'm pretty sure he's going to hit the Veterans Administration. Matter of fact, Donald Trump did more for the veterans than any fucking president I've seen in 23 years. So sit down, stupid. Oh yeah, this one. This one's funny. This is a big one on Threads. Oh my God, it's been 2 weeks. Groceries aren't cheaper. Well, Now you know how we have felt for the last 4 fucking years, you retards. For 4 years we've been telling you, prices are too high. Oh no, the economy's booming. It's great. Trump gets elected. Oh my God, grocery prices aren't dropping. I thought the economy was doing great. You got to stick to your lie, folks. You got to pick one and stick with it. Because once you start switching up, then we know you're lying. Which kind of proves my last point. Stupid people don't know they're stupid. And oh yeah, this next one's funny. I've been analyzing Trump through threads, looking at the Post, and the loony left can't even keep up with Trump. Like, he's moving so fast they can't even keep up. Like they started with abortion, then they went to Elon, then they went to trans. You know, when he signed it, and then they went back. They went to Elon again. Then they went to planes. Then they went to USAID. Then they went back to Elon. Then they went to Gaza. And now they're back to Elon. He's just like he has them confused, which isn't really fucking hard. If you don't know what gender you are, you're probably fucking confused anyway. Just breathing. Then I was watching a Senate hearing on RFK, you know, being confirmed, and his exchange with Bernie Sanders. I don't know how much Bernie Sanders received from Big Pharma. I'm going to assume it's a lot because, socialist don't get out of it. Well, he's a multimillionaire. Not quite like Pelosi millionaire, because I don't know if he knows anything about the fucking stock market. People just buy a stupid... Get this, a socialist sells books, capitalism, about the evils of capitalism, I should be doing that. Why am I not doing that and becoming rich? I'm selling books about liberty and freedom and foreign policy and, you know, shit like that. Weird. I guess people don't want to know about liberty and freedom. They'd rather hear about fucking socialism. Buy a fucking book, people, and fucking learn. Holy, you drive me fucking nuts. Actually, I'm thinking about putting some courses together based on those books so people do fucking learn. Get rid of the bureaucracy. That is not what the founders wanted. Nobody who is not a member of Congress should be making fucking laws. A regulation isn't law and you don't have to fucking follow it. Well, you know, regulation, shut the fuck up. It's a regulation, it's not a law. Get off my property or I'll shoot you in the fucking head. Simple. It's not a law. Period. I have not seen one single director of USAID in front of Congress being confirmed. Shut it the fuck down. We need to feed the hungry people of the other countries. Why? We have hungry people in America. I don't really give a fuck about another country. Hey, send me there. There'll be fewer hungry people. Drop a Moab. Fewer hungry people. Hey, Gaza people, I don't care about you either. Get the fuck out. Israel was there 3,000 years before you fucking existed. Don't care. Time for another beer. I'll be right back. I don't know if anybody else is watching, but this is going to be up on Spotify, so I have to keep it going until it's done recording.
Hey everyone!
That's my checklist.
E aí, pessoal, entusiastas da política, apertem os cintos porque hoje vamos mergulhar fundo num labirinto de ideologias que moldaram o nosso mundo: marxismo, comunismo e socialismo. Bem-vindos a Jornada Intelectual explorando o marxismo, o comunismo e o socialismo. Primeiro, vamos voltar às raízes. Imaginem só a revolução industrial a todo vapor. Fábricas crescendo, mas e os trabalhadores? Nem tanto. Era um cenário perfeito para a luta de classes. E é aí que entra Karl Marx. Marx não era apenas um filósofo qualquer. Ele era um revolucionário. Ele criticou o capitalismo, argumentando que o sistema estava destinado a ruir sob o seu próprio peso. Suas ideias lançaram as bases para o que entendemos como o marxismo hoje. Avançando um pouco no tempo, encontramos Lenin e Stalin. Eles pegaram as ideias de Marx e criaram a sua própria narrativa. Lenin liderou a Revolução Bolchevique, prometendo paz, terra e pão. Mas sob o governo de Stalin, as coisas tomaram um rumo sombrio. O sistema Gulag, campos de trabalhos forçados e expurgos, essas foram as tristes realidades do comunismo soviético. É um lembrete de como ideais podem se transformar em algo bem diferente na prática. Agora, vamos dar um pulo na Iugoslávia. Lá, Tito criou o seu próprio tipo de socialismo, com foco na autogestão e numa economia descentralizada. É fascinante como o socialismo pode se manifestar de maneiras diferentes, dependendo do contexto.
What's up, Seth?
E não podemos esquecer da China. As reformas...
Don't need that commercial. I went for a beer. But yeah, I send that commercial to. I have a friend in Santa Catarina who supports Lula. Lula's a communist. I send him that because I was watching. I went for a beer, so I put up one of my book commercials, and yeah, I gotta sell books, man. Augments my economic status here in Brazil. Buy the ebooks. They're like $7 or $8. You got to get them through Amazon Kindle. But I'm probably the smartest person you know. Not an exaggeration either. There is a plus to being able to just seek out knowledge for the purpose of seeking out knowledge, because then you can write books about the knowledge that you've been seeking out, because you're retired and you have time to seek out knowledge and then write books about the knowledge you've been seeking out. And you can drink beer while you're writing books about the knowledge you've been seeking out. The wife's working until 10, so I decided to go live tonight. Just finished my book on Donald Trump and his first presidency. Eye-opener. I even included some criticism, but the criticism was generally, long term it wouldn't go, we don't know, because you didn't elect him a second time. Long term, and then there was a pandemic, which, by the way, Joe Biden fucked up. Which I haven't done. Maybe I'll do a book on Joe Biden next and his corruption. That would be a good book. That would be a good read, except for the loony left. It wouldn't sell because the loony left don't read at all. I'm not reading that. I post articles. I have a Dropbox now because I have so many articles on just the stupid shit they say in the counters. Poor Richard on Grumpy Farmer's videos just gets hammered now because I have that. So I've gone through my checklist, Seth. What do you want to talk about? Because I got to get at least till 9 o'clock for Spotify. Did you see? Now, I want to ask you something, Seth. Do you really believe USAID spent all that money on what they said it did? Or do you believe, like I do, they just handed that money out to people? Do you really believe there's a comic book in Peru? Someone had to deliver a comic book to South America on trans that didn't get fucking stabbed. I live in South America, remember. Do you believe somebody delivered a fucking comic book on trans to Peru? Outside of Rome, South America is the most Catholic part of the world, without getting stabbed? Or do you believe, as I do, that they just pocketed the fucking money? Same with the Ireland, whatever, fucking gay stuff. Yeah, I don't believe they printed a fucking comic book. I think they pocketed the fucking money. Because somebody would have got stabbed down here. I'm just saying, I live here. Not, they don't get crazy over it. I mean, they let people live and let live. Nobody down here protests, except maybe in Sao Paulo, for gay rights and shit. Because, well, you just live your life. I shouldn't know you're gay if we're not friends, right? But so, I don't believe there's a comic book floating around in fucking Peru about trans. I also don't believe there's a fucking program called Sesame Street in Iraq either. I think there's a bunch of rich assholes walking around with taxpayer money in their pocket. And that's why they're pissed off, because Elon Musk uncovered it. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no. No. Brazil ain't got nothing on America. Yes, you have a very corrupt government. But it ain't the most corrupt. I live in Brazil. When a Supreme Court justice can ban X, or Twitter, formerly Twitter, that's corruption. They don't like, it's misinformation. What's misinformation about? You can't ask that question. You may get in trouble. I may be in trouble now if they're monitoring my shit. But I've already said if a communist prick comes through my front gate, I'm going to put his fucking head up on that spike right there just to let everybody else know. Don't come through that fucking gate. But they have bigger problems right now, though, with Venezuela. So, which I was just talking earlier. Brazil is not a member of NATO, but a non-member ally, which means they don't have to send troops to help Brazil. Now, I respect any person that serves their country, even Brazil and even Venezuela. They serve their country. They do it for different reasons, but Brazil's military and Venezuela's military, it's kind of like two Down syndrome kids like slugging it out in the schoolyard. And if America got involved, you see, America doesn't fight wars anymore. America fights insurgencies, where we build schools and shit and then blow them the fuck up. We need to, like, if we fight a war, it should be so fucking horrible that nobody wants us to do it again. But we don't do that. Which would actually, I think, enhance peace around the world. We have the capability. One B-52 could level a fucking city. Dresden, those were what, B-17s? Imagine a B-52. And I don't want dead people, but guess what? Oh, it's, now we train with them. They come to America and we train with them down here. My father was Special Forces in the 60s and he spoke Portuguese fluently. Which the first word, he called me a babaca when I was a kid. I didn't understand what he said. Now that I live in Brazil, he called me an asshole. But, yeah. Anyway, yeah, they have, like, I think we sold them like 4 M1 tanks. They have Leopard 2 tanks, 60s era, which you still don't want to fuck with. The Leopard tank is good. The M1 Abrams is good. They're jungle fighters. We send Americans through their jungle school, but they're using 60s era equipment. So it's going to be basically like Vietnam for both sides. Like Venezuela's military is not highly trained either. They don't have technology. They have a smaller, they have less artillery, less armor. As a matter of fact, their special forces showed up in fucking Linux, not Linux, I don't remember the name of the truck. We saw a lot of them in Afghanistan, but trucks to cross the Brazilian border. One Leopard tank could have fucking taken out all the trucks and all the troops. So, no, it's just going to be like two Down syndrome countries. Just if America gets involved, it'll be a different story. We're not going to send tanks. We're going to send special forces. Like I said, stay out of my yard. We're all good. If not, I'm going to put your head on a fucking spike in front of my house. Basically, two communist governments just bitching at each other. And of course, I think, I don't know if Trump would get involved in this. Maybe. We trade like $27 billion a year with Brazil. But they keep going, well, we have a Chinese puppet here now, so. But to say, yeah, America's government is the most corrupt, no, it's here. And then you got Ukraine. Obviously, Ukraine's pretty fucking corrupt. How much money did they say they lost? Like $80 billion or something, some shit. You think the Bidens are fucking hurting for money right now? Just saying. I'm just saying. With Jimmy, let's see, I did it was 2019, or no, 1992. Well, I served with him from 1992 to 2005. In 1992, my infantry unit, which was a mechanized infantry unit, switched over to armor. We could have left. I could have gotten out. They would have given me an honorable discharge. Or I could have gone to another unit. I looked at it as an opportunity. Ooh, a second MOS, cool. And then I spent 12 years on tanks, which was pretty cool, you know. Shooting big cannon is fucking cool, especially computerized cannons. But there's something about infantry too that, well, people worry about breaking into a grunt's house. They don't worry about breaking into a tanker's house because there's no M1 tank in the garage. But they don't know that tankers know how to use a pistol. We train with pistols on tanks. So I used to joke with the tankers when we get off to go to lunch off the tanks and walk. Look at that, guys. You're all infantry now. Because I had the two MOSs, 11B and 19K. Matter of fact, in Iraq, I had two hats. Well, on the back, I put black branch insignia. I had two hats. One had infantry on it, one had armored, because there was an armored unit behind us that I almost got stuck with, by the way, but I just didn't think sitting in a hot-ass tank in 130-degree heat was cool. So I got assigned to a scout platoon because in the 90s, I was sniper qualified. Don't know, hadn't qualified with a sniper rifle for a long fucking time. But anyway, I got stuck with them. Never handled a sniper rifle the whole time I was there. But I had two hats. On the back, one of them had armor insignia that I wore in the infantry area. And then I'd switch hats when I went through the armor area, so I had the infantry insignia on the back. Me feel safe. Yeah, you just can't be stupid. It's not the tank. People think it's the tank. It's the crew. The crew makes the tank. I mean, I could go against Ukrainians right now or Russians right now, and my tank wouldn't die. Why? It's the tank. If you put me, Jimmy, and sergeant patch in a tank. You done wood and horizon driver. Nah, not a problem. It's the crew, not the tank. Yes, the tank has great armor protection, weapon systems, but if you're an idiot or not like we spent, you live on it. It's your home. And we train differently than the Ukrainians. They're like, most of them are conscripts. We're not. We're there because we want to be. It's the crews. Same with infantry. It's your training. It's your motivation. It's your mindset. It's your training. You could be like pretty sure Israel would be kind of close to us, just because they've been at war so long. You got to have a mindset that most people don't have. Even people that are in combat don't have. I've seen people that have been in the military for 8-10 years cower on the floor when bullets fly. Matter of fact, the dumbass shot the Humvee behind him. Fucking idiot. He still got a fucking ARCOM. Dumbass. Anyway, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the equipment. It's how you use it. They don't have teamwork, like communications like we do. We don't always like each other either. But we'll still work together. Why? I don't want to fucking die. Ukrainians have different tactics than we do. They're fighting trench warfare. We don't. We'll come for you. That's the difference. Well, we have the summer offensive. We don't have a summer offensive. We just have the offensive. We'll just come for you. Doesn't matter if it's snowing. Doesn't matter if it's nighttime. We have thermals. We'll just come for you. Done plenty of night missions where we drag someone out of their house. As a matter of fact, America needs to stop fighting like that and actually fight a total war. So people understand that it's horrible and you don't want us to do it again. No more building schools, maybe after we destroy your fucking country because you're retarded. Like Germany. Germany wouldn't be what Germany is if we didn't help afterwards. Why? We destroyed it. Because they got uppity and we fucking needed to. Same with Japan. They're allies now. Why? They're not stupid. They realize that if we do it again, they're not going to be what they are now. Which is why I'm glad Hegseth is back in charge of the DOD. I don't believe we're going to have like a major war, but I think people see the way he talks and go, probably don't want to fuck around. Just saying. I'm going to go get another beer. Be right back. Don't you think? What cracks me up living in Brazil is how much respect I get for being an American soldier. Not a Brazilian soldier, an American soldier. It's almost like I'm special forces here. I'm not though. Just I know how to. Someone gave me there's a place I can go where you're allowed to shoot guns, like here in Brazil. I'm thinking about going just to have fun, but yeah, because you can't just own a gun in Brazil. You have to go to a range somewhere, and they have guns there you can rent and shoot. I'd like to take my wife and show her like. Learn how to fucking defend yourself, and then Brazil may not be the fucking mess it is. Brazil doesn't allow you to own a gun. It doesn't allow you to own a gun, but its murder rate is 3 times that of the United States. Yeah, it did drop though when Bolsonaro loosened ownership of guns. Weird. Maybe people got scared, scared they might get shot. Just saying. So yes, Seth, I felt safe in tanks, but it was because of the guys I was with. I give long answers to shit. You got to, that's what the loader's for, are those drones. The drones take out most of them. He's got to know how to use it. I would put a shotgun in there. The new tanks have, I guess the new M1 is supposed to have an active defense system against RPGs, so that might work. But I would put a shotgun in there, some double-aught bucks, shoot down drones. But again, it's the crew. Problem with tanks, though, it's hard to hear a drone too. You're not going to hear it coming in. You're going to see it before you hear it. You got to have your head on a swivel. But they're fighting trench warfare, which, never works. You just end up slugging it out until, you run out of people and you sign an armistice. And so Trump needs to get in there and end it and negotiate. I miss the military. I still have dreams about being in the military. Like I'm late for duty or something. I always have dreams like that. Oh my God, I'm late for duty. Where's my BDU top? And it's always BDUs too. It's never the new uniforms. Always BDU tops. Oh my God, where's my BDU top? I'm late. What time is it? I got about a half an hour to kill. What do I want to talk about now? More about my books. Or about how you people have no idea your heritage and the Constitution and what it originally meant. Get my book on the fucking Federalist Papers. Then you'll figure it out. I'm actually thinking about putting, I did a lecture on the Federalist Papers the other day. Nobody watched it. We're freedom. I hear all you idiots, freedom. You have no idea what you're talking about. Democracy too. No, you're a republic. The Federalist Papers were about a Republican form of government, which is hence why the party's name is Republican. As a matter of fact, I think it was James Madison, I'll have to check on that in my book, warned us against bureaucracies, making laws and enforcing laws. That is, which came about during the Great Depression, when the communists infiltrated the Democrat Party. And I want a loony leftist to tell me, oh my God, you're wrong. Really? Okay. Where'd this bureaucracy come from? We have 4 branches of government now. We were only supposed to have 3. There's only 3 branches of government specifically mentioned in the Constitution. Nowhere does it mention the ATF. It doesn't mention the FFA or FAA. It doesn't mention the Labor Department. It mentions Congress. It mentions the legislative branch, the executive branch, and the judicial branch. That's it. But we have people making law, which we call regulations today, that enforce those laws. Why? Because people don't know they ain't laws. I swear, I just saw something behind me on that bed. It looked like, maybe I'll send it into Nuke's Top 5. But, could be a glitch. Anyway, whatever. But, yeah, I'm thinking about putting a class together on that Federalist Papers thing. Because people just don't know that this is not what the founders created. And it's going to crash because it's not what the founders created. Same with factions. Now, they were worried about majority factions. They always said majority factions. We have minority factions running the government. When you have a man who believes he's a woman, or is pretending to be a woman, standing behind a podium as the Secretary of Health, that's a minority faction. And that's a problem. I think it was James Hamilton. Was it Hamilton? Yeah, it was Hamilton that brought up the point of factions. We don't have a majority faction problem. We have a minority faction problem. Of course, I wrote the book about Trump, his first presidency, which was quite eye-opening, and he actually did a good job. What the criticisms are that were from the experts, and I cited all of them. Down at the bottom, there's like 75 pages of just web pages and scholarly documents and magazine articles of criticisms too. I included those, but we don't know if they would have lasted, how long they would have lasted, because the pandemic, and then you elected a retard. We don't know. But now he's got his second term, and he's moving so fast, the loony left can't even keep up. They have no idea what to protest, which is a good thing. When communists don't know how to communist because you're moving so fast, that's a good thing. That's a tactical strategy. It's almost like war. Keep them off balance until you move in for the kill. I think it was Patton. You grab them by the nose until you can kick them in the ass. Keep a hold of them. Keep their attention on what you're doing in front while you're doing what you do behind them, like Doge. And keep your eye on who's, I said this earlier, who's protesting the hardest to keep Elon from finding out the corruption. And I mean even at a local level, at your friend's level. Because chances are, those friends, chances are, lie behind your back and will fucking steal from you in a heartbeat because they have no honor either. I get to drink beer on Fridays. I get 2 on a Friday, and then on Saturdays, I get as many as I want. Other than, he's going to be hard sell because of his Chinese stock, but he's a private citizen. That's a difference. He's a private citizen, not the vice fucking president getting payments from China. He owns stock in a Chinese company. Oh my God, a private citizen owns stock in a Chinese company. I know Americans that own stock in fucking plenty of Chinese companies. But if he puts it in a trust, like Trump does with his businesses, what's the problem? They don't want him there because he's going to find shit out. He was a former, I think it was CID in the military. Oh yeah, I love that fact there, Seth. They're losing. But watch, if you have Democrat friends, if they're supporting arguing against Elon, they're lying behind your back and stealing from you. Guarantee it. Because they have no honor either. They don't want Elon finding out their corruption. He already figured out USAID. And I figured, even below what he figured out, there's no fucking way, because I live in South America, there's no fucking way there's a comic book in Peru about trans. Somebody gets stabbed just delivering it. Somebody pocketed a shit ton of money, that's all. Or they gave it to a Peruvian dictator. That's it. And they got kickbacks for it. Desculpe. Sorry. No, I like Kash Patel. Why? They hate him. If a person who does not know what a woman is hates Trump's pick for something, he's a good pick. Because they're fucking mentally ill. And if a mentally ill person doesn't like what you're doing, you probably should be doing it. You should probably do it harder. Sorry. I haven't seen too much on Threads about Kash Patel. I think I saw a couple things. But I'm actually excited about Pam Bondi because, one, I hope she does more press briefings. She's good to look at. But two, she ain't fucking around either. She cut off aid to sanctuary cities. So she ain't fucking around. Isn't that what the left likes? Strong women? Although they can't tell you what a woman is. Weird. Don't get it. And I'm a pretty level-headed guy. I write books, man. You know, I sit around. That's all I do is write books all day. Now, do research and write books. Take college classes, too. A lot of college classes because, well, I'm fucking bored. Nobody here in Brazil, Democrats, that's all you can find out. Well, yeah, all that is public knowledge. Let me look it up. It all has to be public knowledge. It all has to be. It's law. Now, that doesn't mean they won't let me check Google. It's going to take me a second here, but appropriations and budget resources. Now keep in mind, these are fucking 1,000-page bills. 1,000-page bills. This is why I was in favor of line item vetoes, where Congress can vote on each line of a bill instead of, you either pass or don't pass a bill. Democrats didn't want it. Why? I think it was a Republican that instituted or put that on the floor and nobody wanted it. Wow. Weird, huh? Okay, it's taking too long to come up. Remember, Brazil doesn't have a space program, and they fucked with Elon Musk, so our internet access has slowed down. Oh, that's just a lump sum that goes to that agency. they submit a budget, which was $44 billion in 2024, and that's what they don't submit what they're spending it on. They just submit. Same with the military. And then they have, if you don't spend it, you won't get it next time. Military does it. Ask Jim. He'll tell you. If you don't spend it, you won't get it. But sorry, I don't think Iraq has fucking Sesame Street, and I don't think Peru has a fucking comic book about trans. Somebody get fucking stabbed. No, I think a bunch of people got rich. That's what I think. If a vice president is willing to take money from a foreign entity, do you think someone isn't willing to steal from American taxpayers? How the fuck does Nancy Pelosi, worth $81 million on a six-figure-a-year job? Someone needs to torture that bitch and get it out of her. Waterboarding may come into play. By the way, FBI, I'm outside your jurisdiction. Fuck off. I need another beer. And I'll be right back. Put up another, because this is what I want. It's the budget out. They have it's bureaucracy. It's an office. Oh, we got one of the leftists in here. Hi, fascist! If you want to see a fascist, look in the mirror there, Puddin'. You want to see a fascist looking? Are you against? I'm all for you. Brilliant response. Another brilliant response. Oh, my leader is my wife. So if I follow her, I have to go to work selling perfume. Well, he's pissing you people off, just like I am, so cool. Oh, I invited these idiots over. I went in and grabbed a beer, and I come back to, oh yeah. Well, if you're meaning friend, like you would talk to a person with Down syndrome. Hey friend. Hey friend. Yeah, I invited these people over and I don't, unlike Grumpy, I don't kick them out because, well, they're special and I don't want to hurt their feelings. Stupid people don't know they're stupid. That's why I'm here. Hey, do you know that, I like that, Seth. Hi, friend. Yeah, friend. Chances are from my threads. Yeah, my favorite is I don't know if they realize what pops into my head when they say you're a fascist, based on my background. There are no well, no, not anymore. Most of them died in Germany or fled to Argentina. Of course, I live in Brazil, so some of their offspring might be around here. I don't know. Sad fact is, these people act more like brown shirts than actual brown shirts. $2 billion in damage. What did you think? What did you think? What? This is the internet, dude. You ain't gonna do nothing. That's the whole point. That's why I'm making fun of you. Well, of course, if I wouldn't make fun of you if we were together. Your teeth would be coming out your asshole. But we're not together. This is the internet. That's why you're talking that way. We're not in person. Which is kind of why I'm laughing. And drinking beer. Funny. He just won the presidency, so I think he's pretty much won. And I got to vote from Brazil. It's called an absentee vote. So, yeah, I voted for him too. No, Trump never tried to kill himself. You sick fucks have tried to kill him, but you failed. Do I think? No. I think he did kill himself, and I'll tell you why. One, he was mentally ill at the end, schizophrenia. And two, I think he was scared of the Russians, the Soviets. They were not nice people. They're still not nice people. As a matter of fact, the only difference between the Nazis and the Russians is, well, the body count. 100 million versus 65 million. The people that this fucking loony leftists seem to cherish killed 100 million people. Another book I wrote about the failures of socialism and communism. Actually, 2 books. This guy might want to get a couple copies. What the fuck am I? Bloodstained Banner and the Intellectual of Socialism and Communism. I don't care. I invite them over here. It shows their mental state. Seroquel. Seroquel is the most prescribed mood-enhancing drug in America. Because, well, most of our youth are fucking retarded. Like this douchebag here. But I don't kick them out like Grumpy. I use them for comedy relief because they're just fucked up. I'm not sure what he thinks he's accomplishing by, coming over, but gave me material till 9 o'clock. Again, this is going to be on Spotify, so I need to stretch it out, and thank you. The people that set fire caused $2 billion worth of damage to neighborhoods and killed 35 people, calling me a Nazi. That's rich. That's rich. Actually, they may have killed more than 35. I have all their names and their stories, like, saved. I was thinking about doing a book on those too. The riots of 2020. Because, these fucking animals. Matter of fact, if I would be happy if Donald Trump would declare Antifa a terrorist organization and send Delta Force after them. Or just me and Jim with a pair of brass knuckles would work. Unredacted. I don't know. Well, it should be, because everybody that's involved should be dead by now, right? Just saying. They should be. Even the officers, and I don't believe there should be any, maybe there are, investigative tools or that could be involved, you know what I mean? That could be, I don't know. Possibly. I want to see the Epstein list. JFK's been gone a long time, but I do believe the CIA was involved. I want to see the Epstein list because if Trump releases it, that obviously he wasn't on it, right? And we can get rid of a bunch of fucking retards who won't shut the fuck up. That's my take on it. But once they release it, if they're not filing charges, then I gotta say, yeah, something ain't right. If you're gonna scream about justice, like I said, the CIA was involved. Our own government will kill anybody. I'm part Native American, so yeah, I know that firsthand. Same with, oh yeah, that should be released too. And I think you're going to see some overlap there too. You're going to see names from one list on the other list as well. But I think Hollywood is going to, it's going to be a while before they make a good movie. No, actually, no, because Mel Gibson is still there. I would like to see, what's his name? He was in, his house just burned down too. Woods. I'd like to see him make it to the top too. No more woke bullshit, because these woke assholes are the ones fucking kids. So yeah, let's get this list out, and if there's Republicans on it, so be it. Because I'm registered independent, so I can vote for whoever the fuck I want. And if you're screaming that you don't want it released, well, then probably you're one of the fucking, or your guy is on it and you know it. Only seems to be the left, though, that's like screaming not to release it. Weird. Then we have on Threads, they're always posting like conservative. I guess they're conservative. I don't even think they vote. This pastor did this and this to a child. Well, I have a whole fucking list of LGBTQ fucking sickos who are already sick before they do this, doing the same thing. Same with Democrats or illegals. I have them saved on my desktop now because these fucking idiots say the same shit. Anybody can be a pedophile. It's just some of you are sick all the time. And you expect us to play along. No. I'm a woman. Your fucking Adam's apple says you're not. Depends. I was actually thinking about voting RFK. But, sorry, Trump said things that, about immigration that, and because I'm a legal immigrant, I paid to be here. I have my green card. He said things that resonated with me. Also, Pete Hegseth, he has the CIB. So I was really, because I have a CIB, I know what it takes to earn one. When the bullets are flying, that's when fucking you figure out whether you're a man or not. He has one. I have one. I know he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give one flying fuck about what people think. Because I don't. Why? Are you going to shoot at him? Because that's about the worst thing that's happened to him. I'm going to call him names. Motherfucker's been shot at, stupid. So that's why I voted Trump. Now, I was looking at RFK because of his vaccine stance, but then he got into abortion. We need to standardize the law. Heartbeat, no abortion. No heartbeat, dead. Simple. Let's make it scientific, stupid. In Missouri, what state is fucking Elmer Fudd from? Minnesota. You can give an abortion up till birth. Sounds like I should be stabbing a fucking doctor in the fucking throat, is what it sounds like to me. Again, FBI, I'm outside your fucking jurisdiction. That doesn't mean, Brazilian police couldn't come in my yard, but they can't fight for shit because, well, if they could, they'd be up taking my karate classes I give Monday, Wednesday, and Friday when I'm there alone. Maybe that's another class I should videotape, just finding a place. Self-defense. I know so much shit over... Yeah, maybe I should. I'm close enough to death where I have to start thinking about documenting the shit I know. That's why the books. When I'm dead, I'll still have books that document the shit I know. Most people, when they die, only their families are going to know. I have my books. Everybody's going to know. Well, he died in 2028. He wrote this book, and he wrote that book, and he wrote that book. Six weeks. Done that research too. 6 weeks. And I've been in the room with my last wife's heartbeat stopped. That's called death. So when it starts, that's when it starts. When it stops, you're dead. I think that's a pretty fucking simple rule to follow, don't you? Holy fuck. 4 and a stepdaughter. All my kids are adults, huh? Actually, my Caleb, I have twins. So Caleb, yeah, imagine someone who makes and throws knives telling him to clean his room. Clean your room. Never mind. As it passes by your head. Never mind. Looks good. I don't know. No, my kids don't talk to me because I moved here. Would love to have them visit. It would be cool. Of course, I don't live near a beach anymore. I moved north because her family's here. So I live, basically, it's like a village. Like Ilion. It's basically like Ilion here. So I'm used to growing up in places like this, the ghetto. And no, they don't speak to me because I moved here. Oh, it'd be cool if they visited. Because my kids have never been anywhere outside the country. Never. It would be cool. I've been to England, Ireland, Kuwait, Iraq, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan was fucking cold. Holy shit, was it cold! And I was in Germany for 2 weeks. Yeah, it would be cool to have them visit because we could take a drive down to Santa Catarina. I won't go to Rio. I'll go to where I live to go to the beach. Fewer criminals there. It's on an island, so there are criminals, but I was told in Brazil I look really military, like my face. He's like, he looks really scary, like military. I'm like, I bet you I don't ever get fucking robbed, do I? Because I don't look like a fucking Brazilian. I look like who I am. Could be because I was kind of an asshole before I left, because I was drinking 30 beers a day. I was an alcoholic. I drink 1 day a week now. Back then, I was drinking 30 beers a day. Of course, I don't like being assaulted either. So I was kind of fucking angry about being assaulted. And a lot of people were not working and talking shit when they weren't working. A lot of contributing factors, you know what I'm saying? But basically, really came down to my 30 beers a day, and well, actually more than 30 beers. I could drink more than 30 beers a day, and get on the internet. Yeah, beer, alcohol, and the internet doesn't mix. Except for this, I mean, I plan out my stuff now, and I just talk about politics. If you want to know about Brazil, I'll tell you about Brazil, but also, I don't think, because they were raised by Lori, my wife who died, I don't think they, because they didn't have a chance to know her, they don't like my new wife. But I'm not alone. I don't drink during the week. I do drink on weekends. And trying to get karate students and writing books, a lot of books, and I still attend college because there's something cool about seeking knowledge when you don't have to. Just seeking knowledge for the sake of seeking knowledge is kind of cool. I like it. So I still attend college classes, as you've seen by my books. And I write essays, a lot of essays, because I like writing. And I need to pick up the guitar more, though. But I don't do Brazilian songs. That's the problem. If I were more fluent in Portuguese, I could probably get some. Playing gigs, not big paying playing gigs. It's not like the States here. And I actually applied to be a trainer at a professional wrestling school here, BWF, Brazilian Wrestling Federation, because I was trained in the United States to be a professional wrestler. And no, they didn't want me because... Oh yeah, my stepfather's a farmer. Yeah, they do beans here. They don't do a lot of corn. Beans, pretty much beans. And they're the second largest exporter of beef. Beans, yeah, I haven't seen too many cornfields though. He lives out, like, when you go farm country here, you better have a four-wheel drive. My car is taking a beating going out to my father-in-law's. Like, he delivers milk on a motorcycle because his shit is so... He has two big, you know those, but they're plastic. Those cans you used to use for farming in the States. His are plastic, but he puts them, like, on his bike, and like, it's... I live in a third world country, man. But then again, my father-in-law has 5 bullets in him. He's never been in the military, so welcome to Brazil. That's why I have that face. Like, people, your husband has that, like, military face. Well, yeah, because I don't want to get fucking robbed. I don't show people outside my house who I am outside my house. I'm going to grab beer. Be right back. Same for me. Oh, I drive a 2015 Volkswagen. Oh, fucking, I can't remember the name of it. It's pretty common. Volkswagen. Shit, I'd have to look. Oh, it's a good car. I mean, I beat the shit out of it. Oh yeah, let me explain something about farming in Brazil. They milk their cows by hand to this day. Now, I was looking at buying my father-in-law electric setup. Like, it had like one, you put the thing on, it has a tank and all that. Nope, because he doesn't have enough electric to run it on his farm. So he does it by hand. Every morning he gets up and milks his cows by hand. It's filtered just like we do through the tank. Yeah, I know. It's a laptop. And Brazil doesn't have a space program, and Elon Musk supplied a majority of their fucking internet through Starlink. So now everything is lagging. So welcome to corruption. When you're stupid, well, generally your citizens pay. Actually, I'm glad I got the loony leftist on here, on the right side of the screen, so people can see how unhinged they are. I don't think I've said anything like Nazis all night. We're talking about milking cows now, so maybe we'll have a fit about cow farts. I don't know. Yeah, the internet here has gotten markedly worse since they fucked with Elon Musk. Because, well, Brazil doesn't have a space program. Elon Musk does. And China has a shitty space program, which is, they're probably listening to me right now. By the way, don't send a 5'2" Chinese guy through my gate, because fucking I can probably lift him up and fucking spike him on his head without a problem, even if he's special forces. No, he's almost 70 years old. No, he's retired. He gets $1,100 a month. So does his wife, my mother-in-law, which is 2,200 reals. Let me look that up for you. 2,200 reals. Let me look that up. Look here, I gotta go to my converter, because I have to convert my, to see what the going rate is at the time. Converter, here we go. They get 2,200 reals a month. Retired. Let me change this. Free apps. Gotta wait for this to, but yeah, 2,200 a month. He owns his own land though. They gave him $1 million, which is shitty land if you want my opinion, but it's his land. He's very proud of it, which rightfully so. It's his. Like if someone comes on there, but they make from the government, because they're retired, $378 a month. So he farms to augment his pension. So they're still poor. But I respect the guy. He gets up every morning, just like Grumpy would when he's farming, but different. I showed him videos of Grumpy too. He's like, oh my God, like they have equipment. He goes out with a he doesn't do grain. He does milk. Grain is down the road, and they have massive grain fields. But they burned this year. They're near Sao Paulo, in between Sao Paulo and where I live. They're big grain fields, but they burned this year. So, because they import to the United States, and the United States, out where my father-in-law is, yes. But that's on the edge of the rainforest, so I don't know what they're doing in the rainforest. We live on the edge, the southern edge. So I live on the southern edge of the rainforest, so I don't know what they're doing in the rainforest. I don't go to the rainforest. I would love to if I had a guide, but going to Manaus is dangerous. And I don't actually have the equipment I used to have. Like you've seen my wife, she's native. Like, by the way, if I wasn't, this is funny, when the loony left talked to me about racism. If I didn't have at least a little bit of Native American in me, my father-in-law wouldn't let me marry my wife. So, yeah, I had to prove I was part Mohawk Indian. So, yeah, lecture me on racism. But I get it though. Actually, she's not even Brazilian. She's from Paraguay. But he wanted to make sure she can't have kids. But and he wanted to make sure that there was I don't even understand his logic because I'm not native like Brazilian. And I've met native, they ain't nice people. They have, they're not reservations, but you go through their land and they can rob you. I don't know about the rainforest to farmland. I know about where my father-in-law, which is like the edge of the rainforest. They're cutting it back from the road, yes, and they're planting, I think, beans. But that's like the very outer edge. That's not where like the anacondas and shit live. Trying to. You've seen my wife. She's native, but she's native Paraguayan. My father-in-law and I think my mother-in-law might be Brazilian. I don't know her. Sorry. He's definitely from Paraguay, but she may be Brazilian because she's very light-skinned. When people lecture me on racism, I live in the most diverse culture in the world as far as skin color. My wife is brown. I don't know. I think my mother-in-law might be Brazilian, but my father-in-law is definitely Paraguayan. He's funny as shit. She does not like his sense of humor. When I'm there, she does not like his sense of humor. Which is kind of hard to understand because I read lips a lot. I'm hard of hearing. So trying to read his lips, he has no teeth. But I try to, I laugh along. But a lot of stuff I'm getting now because the more you're around people, you learn their speech patterns. But I read lips a lot. Especially when there's a lot of noise in a room. I have tinnitus. Yeah. Well, I see our little leftist is gone. Good. I let him voice his opinion. Which, stupid opinion, but hey. Gotta check the time. Oh shit. I wanted to go to 9 o'clock, but whatever. I've always wanted people to ask me about Brazil. As far as farming in Brazil, crop farming, that's more south, like north of Sao Paulo, but between us. And they they had a big fire this year, so a lot of cattle were lost too. So beef, the price of beef has gone up. And what the hell? Today we were looking at prices on eggs have gone up because of the avian flu. So when they complain about Trump, it's not just Trump, it's Brazil too, which maybe I should start bringing up. But yeah, they're cutting. Yeah, they're still cutting down the rainforest, but that supplies a lot of our oxygen on the planet. So they're worried about American climate change. America doesn't have a fucking rainforest. But I'm going to call this a night. We've had a little exchange from a loony leftist who doesn't know shit about me or anyone. And talked a little bit about farming, which I wish Grumpy had stuck around for the crop stuff. I'm going to actually do some research for the next live stream when I get some time. Figure out the impact that those wildfires had. I'm kind of curious now. And this is how a book gets started. I get curious about stuff. Well, it's speculative. Donald Trump got elected. The value of the dollar, they assume, is going to go up, which it probably will. Um, how's your overhead? Are the prices going down? That's the key, though. I mean, it's cool you're making more prices. Now, it's not going to go down like Biden level. Never will. When inflation hits, it never goes down to pre-inflation levels. Prices or wages go up to meet pre-inflation. You know what I mean? To meet you know what I mean? Economics. So now they're not going to go down to, but what are your overhead? Oh yeah, we were talking earlier, you milk parlor. But you got to look at your overhead too. Ah, me too, Seth. It was cool. But I wish we could get Grumpy in here to talk about the crops too, because you brought up good points now that I'm curious about. They had the big fire, and I'm wondering how that affected Bean and, you know. But Grumpy doesn't stick around. He just picks on the loony left and leaves. So you should. I should get some video of my father-in-law's farm. I do have some, but I don't have him actually doing his farming stuff. I just have his farm. I used to have a cow there, but she died. She fell in the swamp, and that's how shit goes here. It's there's shit here that will stick you, prick you, and kill you. Oh, cool. You don't like you don't cut your own silage and stuff, hay, all that stuff. I just my father was a foreman on a beef cows. Oh, okay. You have, we call them vaca. We have those out by where my father-in-law lives too. I wanted to buy one of those ranches so I could have a horse. I just wanted a horse. I was going to hire a foreman to deal with the cows, kind of like Yellowstone. Like I'd be the the big guy at the house, and my foreman would be the guy taking people to the train station. You know what I'm saying? And my wife was all in on it. Yeah, we're going to. We talked to the guy next door. He had cows. They were beef cows. Didn't want to sell. He was talking about selling, but then decided not to. Which was right next to my father-in-law's property. Which I guess the guy next door was kind of being an asshole to my father-in-law. And then there was the other fucking assholes next to my father-in-law's property that stole his shotgun. Oh yeah, pregnant cow. That was what pissed me off about my father-in-law. He let her into the swamp. She was pregnant at the time. We were starting. I go out there and I help him butcher bulls for the year. Yeah, I was not happy. Fence the fucking thing off, or whatever. But yeah. My wife is crying over this dead cow, and me, I'm more of a pragmatist. I've seen too many dead people do cry over a dead cow, but I was pissed. Fence it the fuck off. But yeah. Still like the guy. He's just not what I would call. He's just trying to augment his. He gave me a calf in replacement, so I do still have a cow. But I had to teach him that amoxicillin will cure an infection. He didn't understand amoxicillin. By the way, in Brazil, you don't need to call a vet. You can just go buy it. Weird. When it's, well, it depends. Reals, yeah. It's worth 5,000 reals. When it's full grown, 5,000 reals. I don't know. I have to check the conversion. 5,000 reals. Well, let me check. Maybe. Let me do this. 5,000 reals. No, it's about here. It would be worth about $861. Oh yeah. See, you're lucky because you don't have to feed your crops to your cows. Well, maybe you do. He doesn't like my father-in-law doesn't understand if you want to sell a cow, fatten her up before you sell her. Feed her grain. Doesn't understand that. Or if you want to sweeten the milk, feed them corn. Don't understand that. Corn makes the milk sweeter. Doesn't understand that. Also, grain increases output. Doesn't understand that. I learned that from my father. Oh, here you can, but you have to wait 2 weeks before you can use the milk. Told my father, and yeah, he was cool with me telling him, don't, for 2 weeks, don't put the milk in with the, the milk you sell. He was cool with it. Didn't understand why, but I was like, yeah. Because they don't test the milk here. It's not like America. It's like, don't. Because people are going to drink it, and they're going to get an immunity to amoxicillin, and if they're allergic to any psyllin, they're going to go to the fucking hospital. In Brazil, things are just, you don't have inspectors roaming around. Like here, they don't have police. They have cameras and they have radar guns on poles. Oh yeah, because and I tell him that too. He gives it to his calves, and I tell him, give it to your calves, but don't, you know what I mean? I saved the calf's life with it. That's the only reason I told him. Generally, I prefer vitamin B, right? If they're a little sick, vitamin B. If they're still on their feet, vitamin B. If they're down, yeah, go right for the fucking antibiotics. That's the way I run. Actually, I actually should be running this farm. I know more from my father than he just does it to augment his economy, his pension, which he shouldn't be. Man, his fucking feet are fucking arthritic, and great guy, hardworking. His yeah. Oh, my father did the same thing. My father went to vet school, and but he didn't. He didn't complete it. But he was a foreman on a farm, so he knew how to use drugs. It's overregulation. Remember that book on? I don't know if you were there when I mentioned it, on the Federalist Papers. Go get that one and look up the section on bureaucratic governance. Look it up. You'll figure out that it's not about penicillin or amoxicillin. It's about fucktards that want to make money. Hey, if I can sell a book that's going to teach you something, I'm going to sell a fucking book that's going to teach you something. I actually did a lecture on it. No, I went to 52 schools. My father was in the military when I was born, and then he became a truck driver and a migrant farmer. He became a migrant farmer because while he was in the military, he broke his fucking back. And when they found out about it, they wouldn't let him work for him anymore. So he'd move on to another farm. And then he drove truck for the last part of his life. So I was always the new kid. So when people tell me about New York State, I kind of giggle. Really? New York State is all you lived? All right. See, I've lived in Florida and New York State, well, countries too. Fuck, 52 schools. That's why I can't figure out fucking algebra. I can do trig though. You're like 72 inches tall times 1.47 inches divided by 1,000. That's the range in my scope. Yeah, nobody's ever asked me this many questions about anything. Actually, I don't even think they have penicillin in here for cows. Yeah, because I asked for antibiotics. They didn't. They just said amoxicillin. I think it's because it's just my father-in-law didn't even know about amoxicillin or antibiotics. He's been using vitamin B, which is good for like not major infections. Good. It boosts the immune system, but it doesn't fight the infection. We had one calf die and one survive. Of course, they don't live in a barn here. Like you guys have barns. They don't have barns here. It's just basically a fucking shack with a roof on it. And it's filled with shit. Both. When you get activated, you go in the Army. I started in the National Guard. Got activated for Iraq. Was in the Army for Iraq and the Army for Afghanistan. There's a difference. That's why I have Title 10 verses 32 and 18. I don't care. I answered the question though, which is going to be cool on Spotify. Yeah, it's a different world here as far as farming. Like nobody comes. I talk to there are people here who sell farming products. They sell like mineral and like stuff to feed your cows. But nobody sells like, you know how you guys, well, you don't have milk cows, but like nobody sells parts for milking cows, electrical system. I was going to buy my father-in-law a milking system so he didn't have to do it by hand. He's like, no, I don't have the electrical power. Which, by the way, his power goes out 3 days a week. I stayed out there. It's beautiful country. I wanted a horse. I was going to buy him a horse. Not because, well, he needs a lot. I worked as a correctional officer at a juvenile facility. I worked as what they call a high tech, where I measured chemicals for your soap. I know what goes in your soap. So when you guys buy that high price shit, guess what? The cheaper stuff has the same shit in it. After I retired, I worked in executive protection. I was a master firearms instructor and a combat shooting instructor, and I'm a 4th degree black belt in karate. So yeah, after that I went into my private. Then my wife died. I moved to Brazil, and I still do karate 3 days a week. I don't train anybody. I just train myself. Nobody here can own a gun, so there's no fucking sense in. I write books from all the shit I've learned about America that Americans don't even fucking know. Weird. Wouldn't work because because of his pay, he can't afford to get. He gets like, excuse me if I use liters, but like 30 liters of fuel a month. He can't afford more than that because they elected a communist president and they control the oil company. And they want more money. So, yeah, my father-in-law is fucked. Now, because they elected the communist president, that's why I don't bring more than 500 reals in the country at a time. I have a bank outside Brazil. When I need money, I bring it in. I don't bring in more than 500 reals, except to pay my bills. My bills are paid at the first of the month. Tell me an American who can pay their bills at the beginning of the month and not worry. I can do that. Need another beer. This is longer than that. You know, if Mom's, I had nothing to do with it. All right, come on, man. My cat was up on the sink on the, which drives my wife crazy. So I was like, if Mom comes home, I had nothing to do with it. And she jumped down. Oh, yeah, they love Americans. They love America. They don't know shit about America, but they love America. I had a bunch of, I came out of a furniture store. We were buying, I can't remember, I think it was a bed. Oh, você americano, he goes to America. I was like, you don't know shit about America. Because I love America, but I know about it. They love America because the dollar is like 5 reals to them. That's why they love America. But I'm pretty sure my wife doesn't like being married to an American, but let's put it this way. My father-in-law doesn't introduce me as Sean. He introduces me as my wife's husband, and he's an American. He never says Sean. He says, this is my wife's husband. He's an American. Or this is my son-in-law. He's an American. He never says Sean. Of course, nobody here can pronounce Sean. Sean or John, or I answer to anything as long as there's a beer involved. Yes, they love Americans, but for different reasons. Now, my wife has figured out that I don't take shit. But I'm not your average American. I'm a veteran. So it's a little different. I don't have a problem fighting. Matter of fact, her brother-in-law, my brother-in-law, not her brother, well, her brother-in-law too. My brother-in-law stole my sister-in-law's debit card to go buy drugs and do whatever he does, which I caught him on his phone. I just happened to be cheating on my sister-in-law, which is dishonorable, and I'm fucking really big on honor, which means I didn't like him. And I came home, and I'd been drinking. I'm not going to lie. I said, I'm going to get your card back. We're family, right? I'm going to get your card back. Well, she calls her, which broke the cardinal rule, never separate an idiot from her asshole. She called him and said, Sean's waiting for you to get my card back, or whatever. He came in just balls to the wall. Now, this guy's like fat. 300 pounds at least. And I'm like, oh, awesome beer. Kaiser? I love Kaiser. The Heineken, they have Heineken. What's the other one? Brahma's good. That's a corn beer. This is wheat. Yeah, this is a wheat beer. I drink basically Heineken, Kaiser, and Brahma. Because, well, you can't get Hefeweizen here. You can down south, I'm sure. They have a German community there that sell, offshoot from the Nazis that escaped here. Which I didn't fight in World War II, so I don't have they have great cheese and beer. You're the only person who's ever asked me about Brazil, which I find cool, because that means you're thinking about, there's a world out there to experience. It's kind of why I moved here. I'm 50. I was, 52 when I moved here? My father died when he was 58. I expect this to be my last adventure. I'm still learning about Brazil. I'm still learning things. I'm still in college. Every day, I'm learning shit every day. So if you're not, you might as well fucking drop dead now. That's the way I look at things. Even if you're busy, pick up a book and read like a paragraph. Then remember it all day. My next college class is going to be books about totalitarianism literature, which I've already looked at the what do you call that, syllabus. 1984 is mentioned a lot. I'm pretty sure probably Animal Farm is going to get thrown in there too. But what I'm thinking is, my brother-in-law, oh yeah. So he comes home and he's on this scooter. But he comes flying in. He jumps off this scooter and he puts the kickstand. That's how I have scars on the back of my legs, by the way. But he comes off and he's like, "What are you doing?" I don't remember what he said in Portuguese, because I put my hands up like this. I'm like, "Let him go. We'll just work this shit out." I was like, "Just give me the fucking card." Now I'm saying it in English because I've been drinking. And just give me the fucking card. Give me the card, we're good. Well, what he did, and the mistake was, his wife was pushing him back, like I was afraid or something. I had my hands up like this already. And he pushed her aside, and that was the end of it. I was like, "No, you know what? Fuck the card. You're getting your ass beat." And then my wife got in front of me, and I came up over her and I hit him, I guess the next day, and I snap punched him in the fucking face. I don't remember the punch. Don't remember it. But then he went on the ground after I punched him, and I guess I don't remember it, but I stomped him in the chest once, and then someone pushed me over his motorcycle, or his scooter, and I caught the backs of my legs on his muffler. And I have 2 scars on the back of my legs. Stay out of my way when I'm fucking fighting. Because I got up and I was ready to kill. And it didn't matter who I was going to kill. My wife and I got in an argument later that night. I was like, fucking, don't get my way again. You get my way again, I'll hit you. I don't care. I made the mistake of trying to separate an idiot from her asshole. Come to find out, he was buying drugs and paying for hookers. But anyway, my mother-in-law and my father-in-law since then have loved me to death because I punched him in the forehead. And I guess he works for my other brother-in-law, and my other brother-in-law said, yeah, he was talking about, you Americans are crazy. He says, you hit like a fucking horse. I guess I got him in the forehead, and he fucking knocked him down. He said, you Americans are crazy, and you hit like a fucking horse. Whatever. I made the mistake of trying to separate an idiot from her asshole. They're still together. I've told my wife, you're free to, go talk to your sister. It's your sister, right? One of his friends came out to my father-in-law's once, and he was like checking me out. I'm like, why is he looking at me like that? And my wife's like, oh, that's one of my brother-in-law's friends. I'm like, he thinks he wants to fight you. I'm like, okay. Never came up to me, nothing. Okay, you want to fight? All right, that's cool. I would prefer someone be a man. If you want to fight me, don't stare at me. Come up and go, hey, fuckhead. I want to beat your ass. All right. Let's figure it out. Right? That's why I didn't want the women involved. Get the fuck out the way and let us figure it out. We're men. If you have to have your woman in front of you, then you're a fucking coward prick. Period. But then again, I also believe in women's equal rights. You hit me. Now, I may not punch you back, but you're going on the ground. My Latin women are, how can we say, hot-tempered. Yeah, you don't put your hands on me. I don't, nope, there ain't no punches thrown. But I leave. But we'll say I leave after, I love Brazil in the fact that just being an American, like I'm left alone, really. They try and steal from me, like the dickheads over here. Charged me seven reals for a beer one night when they're 4. Haven't shopped there since. Oh, definitely. Well, depends. It depends on who's fighting. If it's going to be a jiu-jitsu fucking, let's fucking hump on the mat, no. But if you're going to show technique, I like karate combat because I'm a black belt in karate. I like to watch karate combat. They let you work on the ground, but it can't be there the whole time, right? I think it's a 10-second rule or something. Then you got to get up and actually fucking do some fucking fighting. Let me explain something. I live in the world of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, where everybody talks up Jiu-Jitsu, and I'm like, okay. When I sit, let's go out on the concrete and train. We'll roll on the concrete. I've taken Jiu-Jitsu, a little, not a lot, but a little. Let's go out on the concrete. If you can't do it on the concrete, it ain't a fucking self-defense art. It's part of a sense of self-defense. It's the last ditch effort, meaning you have me on my back. Because my karate didn't work, then it comes into play. Other than that, it's not a martial art for self-defense. It's part of a martial arts for self-defense. If I can crush your face with my fist, all the more better. But I watch karate combat, and I do watch UFC. It depends on who's fighting. I like Anderlei Silva, which, by the way, is Brazilian. Weird. I like his kicks. You train in martial arts? I have books out, four books on Kempo karate, but we don't do a whole lot of. Well, I'll spar with anybody. I'll fight with anybody. I've also done pro wrestling, so I'll even pretend I'm fighting with somebody. I should be an actor, really. I should. But I don't have the face for acting. Unless I were like a villain or evil. Which I was in professional wrestling. I was a heel. People hated me just coming out the curtain. I didn't even have to say anything. I had an 80-year-old woman throw beer on me. Hands versus feet. I've taken both. I have belts in Taekwondo and karate. Hands and feet and mentality. Taekwondo is an offshoot of Shotokan, which during the occupation of Korea, Koreans kind of took over like their own martial art. There's Hapkido. I've trained in Hapkido too, but Taekwondo is more kicking, and karate is more hands. There's kicking in karate. Depends on the karate style you look at too. There's a lot of styles of karate. I train in Kempo, but if you look at Kyokushin, which my organization also sponsors, Kyokushin and Kempo Kaiken, fucking brutal. There's no gloves. There's no headgear. You can punch to the chest, and you can kick to the head. They holy shit knockouts from Kyokushin. So that's why I adopted Kyokushin rules when I train students. But I don't have any students because, Brazilians are more about looks than function. Which, whatever. As long as I'm the guy who can throw the best punch, I'm all happy. You train Taekwondo? I've trained in two styles. Sun Chong Taekwondo and, Now I gotta think of it because they also trained in Hapkido and Taekwondo here in Brazil. Sun Chong Taekwondo, and I have a video of me training too. I've had a few Kaisers too, so it's on my Facebook page, I'm sure. No, YouTube. So on with the star. Hold on. I still have my, or I did, my Taekwondo instructor on my, anyway, it's Korean martial arts, all the Korean martial arts. I remember Sun Chong because I competed for him, so Matter of fact, give me a minute. It's big here too. Trying to figure out it's a federation. But I took holy shit. They still know how to kick and punch if they did it that long. It's muscle memory. Just need to practice the basics. Let me explain something about martial arts. Like my martial arts, Kempo, combat oriented. It's muscle memory. I want to be able to throw that punch when it comes time to do it. I want to throw that kick when it comes time to do it. I want to have that proper attitude. It's got to be a switch. For the most part, I'm a cool dude. When that switch needs to be flipped, I'm not a cool dude. I'm the sheepdog. This fucking idiot needs to be shut down. That's when I throw the punch or the kick, or I do the, elbow control, whatever. Doesn't matter. Attitude. It's not a sport. Mine's not a sport. Could be. I mean, we could spar. I mean, we could throw kicks and punches and learn about distance evaluation and stuff like that. But when it comes down to it, it's about my family and, self-defense. I teach knife self-defense in my style. Yeah, I don't see that in Taekwondo. Which, by the way, a knife can translate to a club, too. Yeah, I'm not a nice person when you flick that switch, no, I'm there to shut you down. I'm also trained in firearms, so, yeah, a weird thing. They all even firearms self-defense comes from empty hand techniques. So it's kind of good to know them all, don't you think? Or at least a basic understanding. That's why I wrote books about it. No. Well, no. Fight? No. No, in 2005, he went to aviation and I went to infantry. No. Well, no, I didn't. I went away for a weekend and did a tournament and won a belt. And Sergeant Ossett walked in and said, "Where'd you get the belt?" And I was like, "I won it." That was it. Just went away. Because it wasn't full contact isn't what everybody thinks it is. We're not out there to kill each other. We're all friends. We trained for years to do what we do. We're not out there to, when we get out in the street though, we're not friends. Yeah, no, he saw me once used as a tackling dummy for a jiu-jitsu guy, which I wasn't allowed to resist, so, yeah. Whole different ball game. You want it? I have videos of me training, but I don't have videos of me fighting. In Iraq, we didn't really do hand-to-hand fighting. We, shot people. So, kind of a different ball game, but the mentality is the same. You got to be willing to shut someone down. And 99.9% of the people aren't willing to do that. Oh, yeah. The time we were doing mount training with, I was, now keep in mind I'm infantry, but the captain, no, it's the captain's fault. It's not Jimmy's. He said, I want you to see you scanning aggressively. All right, we're going to scan aggressively. So we're driving through this mock-up, like, village, a city, right, with an M1 tank. And Jimmy's like, he's scanning his ass off. Now, I'm the loader. Like, normally I'm a gunner, but I'm a loader for him. We got a lieutenant over there who's a TC. And he's scanning, hits him up, BAM! And you hear the gun, the gun tube, it's like, what the hell was that? And now I don't have comms with everyone, so I kind of have to duck down and I have to yell, you just hit a building! And I go back up and I'm doing it because I have blanks on my machine gun and I'm covering the rooftops. And I hear him scream, like I can literally hear him scream with a CVC helmet that doesn't have comms. What? And I'm like, you just hit a building! Because he saw, I guess, this is what he told me afterwards. He saw a piece of concrete fly in front of his sight on the gun tube, or on the gun. Now we have the doghouse, which has the gun sights that are aligned with the gun. He saw a piece of concrete fly in front of that, and he was wondering why there was a piece of concrete flying in front of that. Well, he just hit a fucking building. Now, I went back there after I was transferred back to infantry to do urban, warfare training. That building still had a big patch on it from where we hit it when I was a tanker. So I'm walking, I know how that happened. Oh, and then I remember his dad coming up. We had family day when they come up and saw the tanks do their shooting, tank table 8 and shooting and whatnot. And the day before, a bear had come through our camp. Now, all of us carry pistols, right? There's rifles on the tank, but we never take them out. But we all carry 9mm. And a bear came through our camp, and a lieutenant came out and said, holy shit, it's a bear, and all that, The bear left us alone, thank God, but the next day his dad comes up for family day, and he goes, we're all just sitting there in the line on this concrete slab. And he's sitting there, and he's going, you guys all carry pistols, right? Yeah. You don't have ammo? Nope. Okay, why is that? Well, Dad, some of us don't like each other that much. I'm just sitting there going, well, yeah. Not that we would shoot each other, no, but it was just funny, we didn't like all of us, each other, but when it came time to fucking throw down, I wouldn't want to face us. Yeah, I know. His spine, my spine is, the lower spine is deteriorating, so soon. That's why I do the karate, to try and prolong it. I do it slowly, but yeah. Yeah, I know his dad too. He used to ride a Boss Hog, like big motorcycle. It had a car engine on it, to where when he revved it up, it would twist the fucking frame. Yeah, he was. If you met Jim's dad, you'd understand where Jim comes from. That's why Jim's skills were wasted, and he should have been in. They should have sent him to combat. that's how things happen. It's destiny. My favorite is the loony left lecturing me on single payer health care. We have single payer health care. I'm still, by the way, because of the Obamacare bullshit, I'm still paying for health care in America that I can't use. Still trying to figure out how the fuck that works. But, oh yeah, it was fucking huge, man. Called a Boss Hog. It has a V8 motorcycle. It would twist the fucking frame if you revved it up. They're into mechanics and shit. They can do that shit. I was a gunsmith. I liked working on guns, especially aesthetics. But yeah, I could tear one down and clean it. I couldn't manufacture, parts, but I could, like if a sear was, a sear is supposed to have a certain angle. If it's like this, it's not going to extract or work right, or an extractor. So you could take a India stone and make it. That's what I could do. Wasn't manufacturing parts or anything, but I could make a gun work again. And I had a Class 3 license, so I get parts for for a Mossberg, you needed a Class 3 license to get anything for the bolt. So I could get a Mossberg working. Oh yeah, I had a V-Star Classic in America. I wish I had now. Everybody here rides a motorcycle, but if I had that bike, I'd look like a fucking king, man. They'd think I was rich. Although it's a cheap motorcycle in America. Here, it's like riding around in a fucking Cadillac. I gotta pee though. I'll be right back. I'm still alive, so. Yeah, still alive. I'm going to the bathroom and get a beer. Do what you want to do. I'm busy. Okay, good for you. You're at the feria. Whatever. Do what you want to do. Okay. Ciao. go buy a bike. What are you waiting on? That's the thing about people that, like, yeah, I know that boating accidents are horrible. But I gave all mine to my kids when I left, so, and not a thank you, including my sniper rifle that my son Noah has. So, just go buy one, or get a loan to buy one. Americans make excuses not to do stuff. I moved to fucking Brazil. Why? Because I wanted to move to fucking Brazil. Simple. I wanted to do something different. Lots of excuses for not doing something different. I write books. Why? I want to write books. I want to be remembered after I die. It's not fucking hard to make a decision to do something. What's hard is trying to justify why you didn't. Go down to the bike shop and see if they'll give you a used one. And start with a used one. And work your way up. Simple. I had one of those too. I went out and got a new wife who was very supportive. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have been a professional wrestler, wouldn't have been a ghost hunter, wouldn't have written books, wouldn't have been a musician, wouldn't have been... You see what I mean? Find someone that makes you do the things you fucking normally wouldn't do. I survived 2 wars because of that woman. So, let's hear your excuses for not doing something. I'm pretty sure you know shit about farming, right? Write a book. You can self-publish now. It's awesome. I love it. I know so much shit because people have made me know so much shit because they say the stupidest shit. I had an ex-wife, and she's still a fat pig. As a matter of fact, she actually motivated me a little bit, because she's still living in the same shithole that she moved out of after, we split up. My son is a fucking, what do you call someone who makes knives? Metallurgist. He's smarter than she is. And he could live in Brazil with because he's, whatever. Just don't date a Democrat. Not that hard. Also, look outside the box, too. I have a Brazilian wife. Well, she's from Paraguay, but we live in Brazil. Internet took me 2 months to respond to her, too. And then we got talking, and found out she was more interested in my music than America. Weird. I think I'm fairly good, but not that good. And then my wife died. Well, it was after my wife died. I started talking to her. She was like, "Yeah, I like your music." Ah, cool. She still loves international music, by the way. They call it international music here. She's trying to get me to get a career singing. Well, I have to learn Portuguese so I can sing some Portuguese songs here. But yeah, that was it. It was international music. And you got to look outside the box. And a little talent and I'm sure you have talent somewhere that you ain't telling me about. Everybody does, especially farmers. Like, you can ride a horse. My father-in-law would fucking love you. I can ride a horse, but I haven't in a long time. I was looking at saddles the other day. I don't have a horse, but I go into the, because my father-in-law, we go into the feed store and get amoxicillin and other stuff, and I'm looking at saddles, looking at horns. I can't stand a horn that, tried to buy him a horse so he could go get his cows without having to walk out there, but, well, actually, I was going to buy it so I could ride it, but, I'll go out and get your cows, He has a saddle, sits in the house. Someone stole his shotgun, though. I know who did it, and I told him I'd go get it. He's like, no! I was like, a little camel, I can just go out there and fucking get it back. They have dogs, though. That would be the problem. I'd have to kill the dogs. A little camel paint, though. Brazil is kind of the frontier a little bit. I had a mechanic here. He was working out. Your husband's face. He looked like a military shit. I bet you I never get fucking robbed. Why? Because I don't look like a nice person. Brazilians all are in their phones or just looking. Not me. Nope. I'm watching everybody. You want to fuck with me? All right. Good luck, asshole. I forgot to end the story on my brother-in-law. I don't know who called the cops, but police, they call it military police because it's federal here. Everything is federal. Shows up, and I come walking out, and I'm cool. I'm like, I did what I wanted to do. I punched him out and fucking, So the police are questioning me like, they'll say, I'll do it in English, but they ask me in Portuguese. Identificação. My identification. So I hand him my wallet, right? I didn't take my ID out. Don't know if I did it on purpose or not. I was drinking that night. So you're flipping through it. They see my military ID. They'll say veterano. Ah, sim, eu veterano. Aposentado. Which means I'm a retired veteran. Ah. And my brother-in-law comes out there screaming, "You pushed me in the face!" I'm like, no puxar sua esposa, which means don't push your wife. Pulhar. No pulhar sua esposa. Don't push your wife. And he did it like twice. You bater minha nariz. No pulhar sua esposa. And I'm calm. He's screaming. He's screaming his head off. I'm like, well, don't push your wife. And the police are like, Veterano? Assim, posado. Preciso. They asked my wife, you guys need a ride somewhere? Like, yeah, hotel. We went to a hotel instead of getting arrested. Why? I'm a veteran. And he comes out looking like a retard. Hey, novel idea. Don't push your wife, and don't come out looking like a retard after you do. So I got, nothing. I was upset that my wife and my sister-in-law got between us. Let us figure it out. We're fucking men. That's my biggest problem with Brazil. Be fucking men. You have a problem with me? Don't go to my wife. Don't, come see me. We'll work it out one way or the other. We could say, you're an asshole. Okay. Why? You give your reason. Okay. Or, you're an asshole. Why? Well, I'm going to fucking punch you in the face. All right. Let's do that too. Whatever. Be a man. Brazilians are not very strong people. Sorry to say it, but they rely on the government too much. My wife keeps telling me about benefits Brazilians get. No. Nobody gets benefits unless you steal from someone else. And that's why your country's poor. That's why my dollar is worth 5 of yours. Sorry, it's just the way things are. I mean, I wish, I feel for the Brazilian people because inflation is kicking their ass. It's good for me though, you know what I mean? And I wish it weren't, well, I can't say I wish it weren't good for me. I wish they would stop voting stupid. I'll say that. Same with Democrats in America. I wish they would stop voting stupid. And everybody would benefit from just being intelligent. My favorite is people who tell me I'm racist. I live in South America. I think the majority down here is brown. My wife is brown, and she's gorgeous too, by the way. I think some people have seen my wife. She is fucking gorgeous. She can be irritating, but that's being a wife. But she is fucking gorgeous. She does have one thing that drives me nuts. She has what I call monkey toes. I bet you she can climb the fuck out of a coconut tree, though. But she puts them on the back of my fucking legs. And, yeah. But, she's beautiful. A lot of beautiful. I live in the supermodel capital of the world. So, yeah, y'all complain and do what you're going to do. I kind of miss Santa Catarina, but her family lives here, so Santa Catarina, I could go a couple hours, hit a beach, have some oysters, clams, fresh from the ocean that morning, go swim in the ocean, and go home. But more expensive too. She complains about, oh my God, beef here. Imagine in, where a lot of tourists go. No tourists come here. Well, we have met missionaries that speak English. Like the most Catholic country outside of Rome, needs more fucking missionaries. By the way, I'm an ordained minister. Listen to me talk. Because I always tell the truth, and I tell it in a way that, well, if you don't understand it, you're probably stupid. Oh, yeah. Oh, Seth. Oh, yeah, definitely. Big time. My wife is 41. She won't date anyone younger than, yeah. Oh yeah, big time. They think older men are more centered and mature, which is a double-edged sword because older men are centered and mature, and we don't deal with like jealousy the way that young people do. Yeah, no, yeah. If you're gonna come here, you need to get ready for the Brazilian word is ciúme, jealousy, which hasn't worked for them because they have a higher divorce rate than Americans. But my wife has lost her shit over a woman on the television. Oh, I'm non-denominational. I just read the Bible, and I believe God is everywhere, and I don't need to be in the fucking church to talk to God. I talk to him every night. Sometimes I'm just telling him, God, please make my wife shut up. But a lot of times I'm just asking him forgiveness for wishing my wife would shut up. God is my denomination, and my church is to look up at that beautiful sky we get every day, even if it's dark. That's him telling us that, yeah, I need to make it rain to make shit grow. Right? He made Mother Nature. That's why when people, oh my God, Adam and Eve in 7 days? Really? You really think you know the person that invented time? Do you know what 7 days is? We may be on day 8. You don't fucking know. Why? And I converted a few people down here to think this, like her uncle, who was very religious, the same way. How do I know what God's timeline is? 7 days, really? How do I know? He invented time. No, I'm non-denominational. I read the Bible. I know the Bible. I don't need a church to talk to God. My church is God. But, the new and I wish people would figure out that there are 2 books to the Bible. And if you read my book on S.E. Lewis, I totally agree. Every book in the Bible is a different type of book. It could be a tragedy. It could be a historical document. It could be like Proverbs. Could be lessons in life, a self-help book. So I totally agree with S.E. Lewis. So there's another book maybe you should get if you're a Christian, and figure out that Christianity is not just about, it's not a literal it's teaching you lessons. Follow them. Say hi to Seth. Say hi. No, I'm serious. Seth asked about you. My wife.
Boa noite. Hello.
Hey.
How are you?
That's Seth. He was asking about you. And your father.
My father?
Oh, yeah, about farming. He farms beefy. Vaca's beefy. That's my wife. Yeah, she thinks the church is, but my church is, look up at that beautiful blue sky. You can't get a better church. And God is everywhere, and I talk to him all the time. And you should talk to him all the time, too. And there's no I don't think there are requirements that God puts on us to be His children. Sorry. Really. Don't kill each other. Be cool, people. But if you listen to Jesus, if you have to kill people, they should have done something to make you kill them. Sorry. Rules and regulations. They've been around for 3,000 years. Brazilians do have beautiful butts. I was supposed to end this at 9 o'clock, but and I haven't read any of your but you should go down to get yourself a Yamaha V-Star. They're fairly cheap. Oh, they were when I bought mine. And ride your motorcycle and enjoy it. One thing I like about Brazil, when you get your license, you get both. I have a motorcycle license too. It's on my one license. You should go down and get yourself a bike. I've never ridden motorcycle with a license in the United States ever. But I've ridden with Jimmy, and I've ridden with Abbott. Yeah, I've ridden motorcycle, and I've never had a license. Why? Don't be a douchebag. I've had a car license forever. I just don't think you require a separate license for. Matter of fact, I got a permit to ride on base. My motorcycle. Why? Get a permit. That's all you need. Now, 10:35. My wife just got home from work. But it's, I'll stick on with you as long as you want to ask questions. I'm cool. I like it. Brazil is a different world. I like Brazil, though. You guys have, you ever want to visit, get your, I don't know what the rules are now. Back in the day, you just needed a passport and get 90 days. Now, I don't know with Lula. Good place to visit if you want to taste some really good barbecue. Might need to. That's why I kept telling my kids, come down and visit now before shit changes. I gotta look that up. I think you just gotta file for a. Why, are you looking for a girlfriend? In Brazil, I mean, sorry to say it, but American women are kind of fat and disgusting. So, as much as I love America, they have too many KFCs and pizza places. Yeah, you can. Just takes a permit. Yeah, that's all it takes, a permit. You have a car license? Add your motorcycle to the car license with a permit. An extra $75. Well, I don't know what it is now. It was $75 when I did it. Yeah, just get your motorcycle permit. You just add it to your car license, and then add it to your car insurance. $75. Yeah, that's what I did. I got a permit. I got my added to my car insurance, and I could drive. I rode everywhere, even with Jimmy. Yeah. Here I took 40 hours, 20 hours car and 20 hours motorcycle to get my fucking Brazilian license. They did not like my car driving because I drove like I was in Iraq. You can't do it. Fucking, I drive like a, yeah. My wife still complains, but I'm not going to have an accident. I don't trust a motherfucker. And that's the key to driving. And I keep telling my stepdaughter that she's here. You can't get your license till you're 18, and you have to go to a psych eval. Don't know how I fucking passed that. And she sells perfume, and she's the perfect one to do it in that shop because the owner is a gay male, overweight gay male. His co-owner is a like 50-year-old weathered woman, and the other salesperson is another overweight female. My wife is the hottest one in there, and she sells more perfume. Well, why do you think she sells more perfume? Well, women want to smell like her, look like her, and want to be like her. They don't want to be like an overweight gay guy, and over the, you know what I'm saying? Oh, fucking an hour. They live out in the middle of nowhere, like fucking jungle nowhere. Monkeys, like, jump through the trees where they live. Which I've always wanted to get one of those monkeys and teach them karate to protect the house. Yeah, monkeys jump through the trees where they live. Which I love it out there for a short time. Not gonna lie, it's calming. Why? I only have to fight a fucking monkey. I don't have to deal with these assholes here in the city. I wish he had a horse, though. That's all I wish. I was going to buy one just so I could ride it. But sometime he doesn't have internet access enough to where I could do a live stream from there. I wish I could, man. Those guys are funny. Well, he's funny. My mother-in-law is, you know, she just had heart surgery, though. She's mellowed out since she had her stint put in, but, man, imagine. And she still eats beef and beans every day. I'm of their ilk. I don't care when I die. I'm going to enjoy my life while I'm alive. And when I die, if I'm a good guy, I'll get to where I need to go. Treat people and don't be stupid. And just, you know. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. In the Amazon. Well, I don't know if they haven't been discovered yet. I think minimal, we'll say minimal exposure. Like, because there's some that live near the highway that fucking rob people, and then there's people like, yeah, they're minimal exposure, like still using bows and arrows, and yeah, they're here. So if there's people of minimal exposure, I'm going to assume there's people that we have never seen. So, which a good thing, in my opinion. Leave them alone. When they're ready, they'll either evolve or die off. Don't care. Just leave them alone. I love the people here. Yeah. Most of them, they're thieves, and just like anywhere. But in Eric Ames, it's, you know, the education system is minimal, but they're not going to say they're honest people, He's like, I don't pay seven reals for a beer anywhere unless it drops down and sucks me off, and then But it's a simpler life here. We have two malls. Well, we have a mall, and then we have a Sam's Club, right? I bought my beer today at like what you would call Sam's Club. And we have a mall. My wife works at it. It sells, perfume. That's where I live. Now, if you go down south, like Sao Paulo or Santa Catarina, then you get into the big cities, beaches, and yeah. So, yeah, they have them here. Some of the they're not reservations. I don't want to call them reservations, but there are sections of Brazil you don't travel. If you travel through, you keep your windows up so the natives can't rob you. Thing is, they look like my wife, so. Again, I couldn't marry my wife if my father-in-law didn't know I was part Mohawk. So, there's that. Ask Jimmy about that story about visiting the Mohawk Reservation, St. Regis Reservation. By the way, both my grandfathers came from the St. Regis Reservation. So, yeah. Oh, it's like, I can tell you right now how many live here. Hold on. I'm going to bet it's 500,000, but it's spread out. It's not. It's like Cortland, New York. I'm gonna guarantee it's like Cortland, New York, without the college population. 96,833. So it's Ilion, New York. Look up Ilion, New York. You'll figure out it's the same. Or Cortland. Cortland is, to be a city, you have to have 100,000. So, yeah, it's a city, but it's not, it's close. But I know this type of environment. Ilion, New York. Utica, New York. Like, lived in both places. The same. Now, when I lived in Floripa, not Floripa, Palhoso, that was 150,000 people. Different ball game. That was more like Cortland. Sorry. Or Syracuse. Well, not like Syracuse. Syracuse would be like Florianopolis without the tourist attractions like beaches. Syracuse is a shithole. It has nothing to attract anyone. I love living here because it reminds me of Ilion. It's simple. Huh. watch Yellowstone a lot. They seem to think like all of America's like that. But I've never been to Iowa, but I've heard about it. They want to see snow. I don't want to see snow. My daughter-in-law, oh, neve. There's snow is neve in Portuguese. Oh, neve, muito bonita, beautiful. No, it means it's fucking cold. I don't be in the fucking cold. But, you know, they want to visit America. You know what? Okay. But visas to America for even my wife and her daughter, $4,000. Why is it that fucking expensive? I'm almost tempted to, fucking, denounce my citizenship and just walk across the fucking border. Then they can deport me back and I get a free ride. Make it cheaper. So you raise beef. You butcher yourself, or you own horses too, or you do it like four-wheeler or whatever you do? Because we have beef. They all have horses. They do it old school, and I appreciate the old school way they do it. Although they also sell chickens too. So cool. He pulls up on a. We went down to buy, I think it was 3 chickens. 3 for lunch. My mother-in-law has a shit ton of chickens, but we went down to buy 1 for breeding and 2 for dinner. And the dude pulls up on a horse. Like, if you watch Yellowstone, he pulled up when they pulled up like in a hurry to get his 3 chickens. One of the chickens actually died in the trunk of my car, so it smelled like dead chicken for a while. But we still ate the chicken, though. But I think that was the breeding chicken. They were not happy, my in-laws. This is a different world, really. I like the world. I'm kind of like it, but I don't, because I don't have friends here. Because I'm stronger than a Brazilian. Brazilians are very weak people. They wonder what the government's going to give them, and I don't. Stay out of my fucking yard. Do you know how many times the poles have shifted? I think we're getting ready for another one. It ain't climate change, it's the Earth. I think our poles are about to shift again. And when that happens, it's happened 3 times before, by the way, that our poles have shifted. These fucking idiots think it's about us. That's egotistical. You're talking about a fucking globe the size of, how many planets? Yeah. We're shifting poles. And humans are just like fleas on a big Mother Nature. If you're a Christian, it's already been written. Just read Revelation. It's already been written, and everybody's trying to go, oh my God, look at what they're doing. Like the trans shit and all that. Already been written. Yeah, but a horse's grass doesn't raise in value. It just eats your lawn. Take them over to your house. No, not all of us. I think Revelation, either Revelation is accurate, actual prophecy, or the people who wrote it saw what idiots we were back then, 2,000, 3,000 years ago, and knew what was going to happen. What do you think? The earth is shifting. That's the problem. Do you really think we minuscule fucking little organisms on this big planet that has lasted 8 billion years are really the cause of all this shit that's egotistical and probably a bit stupid? And there will come a day when there will be a virus that will create, or Mother Nature will. Mother Nature is a self-correcting system. That's why we have AIDS. That's why we have HIV. Because you're doing unnatural shit against Mother Nature. It's a self-correcting system. If you can't reproduce, you're going to fucking die. Period. I'm not saying it, Darwin is. And he was right. If you're not within the human race, we have our own animal kingdom. Think about this. No, it couldn't. Why? Do you know how big the earth is? No. What we're doing, we are in minuscule little fleas on this planet. Nothing we do will affect this planet. Someday, we're going to be extinct just like the fucking dinosaur. Yeah. And guess what's something is going to replace us. I'm hoping something smarter. Because, well, there are smart people here. Within the scope of what we know now, there will be smarter things that will learn shit beyond what we know, because we're going to evolve. Maybe then we will be asexual. We won't need women to reproduce. Thank fucking God. No more bickering and no more badgering. But or maybe we'll just be born knowing trigonometry, or all, you know. Maybe we'll be like, if you've ever watched, I don't know if you're a Star Trek fan, we'll be like Q. We can move through time and space. Who knows? But we're not going to be here forever, just like every other species. 98% of all the species that were here when the earth was formed are extinct. We didn't kill them all. They just went away. Why? Evolution. And if you don't believe in evolution, you're an idiot. Just like Christians. prove to me that Adam and Eve stood up out of the dirt and spoke English. Please. Were you there? How do you know they didn't stand up, have fur on them, and spoke gibberish to you? You know. How do you know it only took God 7 days? How do you know that the guy who invented time, or the entity that invented time, took 7 days? He's the one that invented fucking time, you idiot. How long is 7 days to the guy who invented time? We may be on day 8. You explain to me all these things in your little minuscule fucking brain, then we can talk. This is a bigger puzzle that you and I will ever fucking know. But we can hypothesize, can't we? Which is fine. Hypothesize. Don't tell me this is the way it is. Just saying. And I'm a minister. You know, I've read the Bible from cover to cover. My father was Baptist, so yeah, a lot of dancing around and singing. My mother's Methodist. I prefer to just refer to the book. I don't need another man to tell me my relationship to God. God is everywhere, and I can talk to him anytime I want. If he does not agree with something I say, well, he's free to take me anytime he wants. Right? It's his will. See, people, and I'll go back to threads, and there'll still be people, like we got that idiot tonight. I may actually have to do more lives just so I can get those idiots in here. Literally, he didn't say anything of substance or anything intelligent, which is why I invite them. They prove my point constantly. What you need to do is figure out what you want the end of your life to be. You want to be remembered, or just write a book about farming. Yeah, no, they're not. They wrote that on a fucking forum somewhere. They're murderers and pedophiles. That's what they are. My mother was Methodist. They're shitbags. My mother isn't. As a matter of fact, my mother is still alive, pining for my father. That's fucking devotion, because he's been dead since 2001. They are just pathological liars, rapists, and murderers. Big difference. When they talk about false prophets, there you go. Need another beer though. Tonight's my drinking night. Monday I go back to karate and Seth does beef though. So you do beef cows. What's because Brazil ships a lot of beef to the States. What's does that affect your prices? Let me look up how much though, because it might change to Trump. $90 million worth of beef and veal to the United States. So, 900,000? Let me look again. $900 million worth of beef to the United States. That includes veal. You guys have more stringent regulations, I'm sure. There's a... Oh, no shit. Well, depends on where you buy it, too. They sell filet mignon from Brazil. Depends on where you buy it. It's all same with American beef. It depends on where you buy it. Here I've had shit beef, and I've had the greatest beef I've ever tasted. Again, same. Depends on where you buy it. You got to look at which shipping company. You got to look at the shipping company and the butcher, like where it's butchered. You got to look. Most of your filet mignon comes from Brazil. They sell it here for actually cheap. But again, you got to look at where it's made. Oh, it's same here. These fucking idiots don't know shit about hormones or antibiotics, which is either a plus or a downside because they're fucking, some of their beef die. They didn't know enough to move their fucking beef when brush fires started. So they're kind of fucking retarded. Serious, they're kind of fucking retarded. No, I don't buy beef here. I get it from my father-in-law. I go over to his house, and we fucking butcher 2 bulls every year. And when I say butcher bull, they smack them in the fucking head with a fucking post maul, and then we cut it up. That's what I'm talking about when I say butcher a fucking bull. I think I still have a scar on my... No, the scar went away. I had a scar from a rope, from holding a fucking foot on a fucking bull. Yeah, it depends on where you get it. No, it depends on where you get it. Really, it does. Filet mignon comes from Brazil. And kind of why you have a trade deficit, because Brazil doesn't import beef from you. You guys have too many regulations. You might want to, let Trump know. Yeah. But beef prices are going up here because in the States, because they had the wildfires that destroyed. No, actually, most of your McDonald's beef here is made out of American beef. because it's ground. I have my own grinders. I just buy shit beef and grind it myself. No, most filet mignon comes from here, but I don't know. Do they send ribs? Might come from here. I don't know, because they also do a lot of barbecuing here. So I'm wondering how much they keep and how much they ship out. What they keep and what they ship out, because the barbecue here is fucking a big deal. They don't they coat their barbecue in salt. I'm trying to teach them about rubs and sauces. Like, well, I have a recipe for Speedies that I love. I'm trying to get it like here, which includes vinegar and different spices, and then you let it soak overnight, and then but they do their thing and I do mine. I think well, drought and fires. There are a lot of fires in. See, people don't understand. The world is interconnected now. We had fires in Brazil. You guys get beef from Brazil. You also get other things from Brazil, but Brazil gets things from the U.S. too. They trade like $27 billion every year. With those fires, everything is going to go up. And then you got the wars, obviously. I'm trying to think of where else. Of course, you have fucking retards for the last 4 years printing money, which makes the U.S. dollar worth less. Yeah. Same with Brazil. Yeah. Everybody exports together. We're all pretty much fucked together. Really. Right. We all work together to well, like Grumpy always talks about bean prices. Well, bean prices aren't going to go up because Brazil's bean fields burned. Beans prices are going to go up if more people need beans. So hopefully Brazilian people need more beans. It's not that it burned, it's people need more. They just decide, fuck it, I don't need more. Well, then you ain't going to sell more beans. It's supply and demand. It's not. Well, maybe people should stop fucking cutting off water, like California. And do you realize we have the technology to seed clouds, right? To make it rain? Why aren't we? Trying to figure out how that fucking works. Or why are we paying farmers not to grow shit? Trying to figure all this shit out. If you have a drought and we know how to seed a cloud, why aren't we? You don't need a fucking vacation. You go camping out with the cows. Don't let them sit at home every day. Take them out in a pasture and make them fucking camp. Let them enjoy it. Get them a horse. Stop doing it with four-wheelers. Make it a fucking adventure. Get them a horse. Make it like old school. Let them enjoy it. It's got to be in you. That we don't have to do. Well, I don't know. Hydrochloride, maybe. But if there ain't a cloud, you can't see it, can you? So, yeah. If you can't see the cloud, if there ain't a cloud, you can't see it, can you? Clouds hold the moisture. So, if you're having a drought, why aren't we making it rain? Oh, wait a minute, because we're stupid. Oh, whatever. I don't care. I'm just thinking outside the box. People are pissed off about finding out about corruption. So, who am I to, interject common sense? And I'm enjoying. My wife was talking about food. Thinking about getting some food. You need to get you have kids, right? Or no, don't have kids? You need to go back old school. What you do is you go outside, you take a fucking post mall and smash those four-wheelers. Then you go get yourself some good old horses. Get yourself a couple tents. And you go out and start babysitting your cattle like they did back in the old days. And make it an adventure for your kids. And make them understand that that is their livelihood. Those cattle are their empire. That is America. Yeah, take them out. Take a post mall to those fucking four-wheelers and get them all horses. Get yourself a tent, and you go out and start babysitting your cattle. Why are we babysitting, Dad? Wolves. But in reality, what they're learning is that is their dynasty. That's their legacy, those cows. That's everything that you worked for. Or don't. I don't care. Really. When your farm is no longer, it's your farm. But I'm telling you, make your kids love it and make it a dynasty. And make them farm it that same way every time. Their kids, their kids, their kids. Make them love it. That's their legacy. Make them love horses too. That's cool too. I wish there were more rodeos. A horse is a best friend. You don't have to whisper. Seth knows you're here. But take them out. Have them babysit the cows on a horse. Yeah, we just bought beef between two buns. Raise your kids the old school way. Maybe they won't be fucking weak from our school system. I shouldn't say our school system, your school system. My grandfather taught me how to ride a horse before I could almost before I could walk. Of course, I haven't ridden one in a long time, so many beef did you say you had? Really doesn't matter how many beef you have. Oh, I'll be here. I just do this when my wife is working. Hopefully we can get America back to something I recognize that I want to visit again. If you ever want to visit Brazil, you got a place to stay. If you're looking for a wife, yeah, I can point you to my sister-in-law is single. She ain't bad to look at either. Fucking, actually. So, time to stop streaming. Or, actually,
In the shadows where the truth collides, voices rising like a raging tide. Echoes of a past that we can't escape, tangled in the webs of what they fabricate. Heavy hearts wrapped in plastic dreams, fingers pointing at our silent screams. Gender blurred and lost in the fray. We're just warriors fighting for a brighter day. Say what you need to hear, not what you wanna know. Super Gringo on the airwaves, let the fire grow. Triggering minds since 68's dawn light. Through your liberal tears, we'll ignite the night. Hear anti-drones marching like puppets on strings. Echo chambers echoing their hollowed out wings. Don't paint me as a villain, I'm just standing tall against this tidal wave that's destined to fall.